Kia ora, kia ora. Hope everyone's going well. I haven't adjusted the focus, so we'll move the camera back in a moment. Kia ora, everybody. Welcome back. Hi, Double A, and hello, Laura. Welcome in. Happy first time. We are live. We're a little late to starting. I'm still finishing the last mouthful of my breakfast. It's not really breakfast. I just shoved a grape in my mouth. But it's been one of those mornings. Yana, hello, hello. Welcome in. So I had plans for this morning to get up nice and early enough that I could do my nails and hide the fact of how bitten they are. And then take the time to make proper breakfast and then roll into stream. All of this kind of factored on me getting up around 7 a.m. I got up at 8:30 a.m. and I go live at 9 a.m. So, yeah, it was a morning. The type of morning I've had is I needed to refill my coffee jar to make my coffee in the morning because I just make instant coffee. Rather than pouring the refill into the jar, I poured the refill into my coffee cup. Now, luckily I have a very large coffee cup, so it fit, but yeah. And the problem was that the inside of the cup was already wet. So I managed to save most of the refill, and then I made up the cup of coffee, but of course there was way too much coffee powder in there. So this is my second one of these already. So it's a lot of coffee today. Elizabeth, hello, hello. Yana, if I didn't say hi already, welcome in. So yeah, we're having one of those mornings. So I have not covered up my nails, unfortunately. I'm so sorry you're getting my very bitten nails again. And yeah, it's gonna be one of those days. It is what it is today. We're live. We made it to live. I thought about starting a bit later and actually doing my nails, but honestly, it's just like, nah, we'll be fine. Yeah, you're all very understanding of the fact that my nails go through stages, and right now they're pretty atrocious. Plus, actually, nail glue is something I'm allergic to, so I'm not really meant to do my nails, but I like to do my nails, but I didn't. So yeah, I hope you're all doing well. Just making sure that's all on silent. I said play on silent. Don't play videos phone. But yeah, I hope you're all having a good time so far today. Time zone. Words. We're gonna have one of those days. Great. Yeah, I was planning to film completed pages yesterday. Did not happen. Instead, I went out with Mum and we did a couple of errands. We ended up looking after the nibblings, and most of the day was just spent trying to keep warm. It has snapped too cold here in Aotearoa. It is very, very cold here today, so yeah. And today is meant to be even colder, and it feels colder. It feels very, very cold today, so yeah. Good times. So I hope you're all doing well. Welcome in, Brittany. So, what we are doing today, which is probably not the best thing with how my brain is, but also maybe it's what my brain needs to focus, is today we are going to do some Thomas Kinkade. Right, this is when we see how badly off frame the camera is, because I haven't actually technically set up properly. Yes, so, in a recent Happy Mail, I was gifted more Thomas Kinkade. I have done one Thomas Kinkade before. I had the Disney Dreams book, which is the little... I should just get it. That would be logical. Alright. So I have this one, and I've done one page in here, which is the Rapunzel page, and I had an absolute blast with this one. it was definitely a challenge, but it was fun to sort of work out what we can and couldn't do. And I feel like we got pretty darn close to the original. Like, I'm pretty proud of this one. So, yeah, I really enjoyed the Thomas Kinkade. So, getting the other Thomas Kinkade books plus the poster book was really, really exciting. I've always wanted the poster one because the books are just half the image. Now, for example, I think the Rapunzel image is in here. Just double check. No, it's a different Rapunzel image. Oh no, it is in here. Okay. Ah, I just hit the camera. Professional. So you can see the Rapunzel images in there, but it's the full extended version. So, yeah, I've always wanted to do this one with like the full scene, because that was my only thing, was that I wanted more. I wanted to extend the scene and do more background, and yeah, it's just really, really fun. So this book does come with little plates. Doesn't come with full-size plates, which means we are going to have to look up a reference. But we do have a few different options, so I've just got to figure out which one we're going to do. I love Beauty and the Beast. Beauty and the Beast is one of my favourite films. So I also really love the Little Mermaid page. I of course love the Tangled one, but we've already done that one. Pocahontas one is really cool with the colours on it. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be a hard choice. Oh, that's a cool Rapunzel one too. That Beauty and the Beast is one that I prefer much, much more. I mean, we could just start with my favourite one. I love the lighting of this one. The colours in it is good. Always Beauty and the Beast. Yeah, Beauty and the Beast Dancing in the Moonlight is such a pretty one as well. And I'm just looking at the colours in it. Like, we've got that glorious background, but then we've got like this fun effect up here with the glowing rose and the hag, and we've got the candles. So we've got lots of fun light sources, which I love as well. I think we're going to do Beauty and the Beast Dancing in the Moonlight. There it is there. I end up drinking tequila from a bottle trying to do a Kinkade page. I think they're very doable if you just accept that they're never going to look 100% like the original, because the original was done in oil painting. Alright, let's see if we can find a better reference image. What's it called? Dancing in the Moonlight. Images. That's what we want. Will you give me a big image? No. If I do it from the website, will you let me go this way? Oh, and we do have some close-ups here. That's what we want. Okay, you won't let me. Okay. Oh, we can at least do this. So I'm on the website here. And so we've got the reference image there. So for anyone that needs to see the closer reference image that isn't through my camera. But yeah, I just love the colorways. Love the glowing effects. Like, it's going to be fun. But then also this gives us some close-ups as well, which is fantastic. So we can actually see some little details as well. So that'll help us if we need to see colours anywhere. So we'll keep that reference nearby because we're going to need that. Annoying. I'll just keep it up there. And then I can make it bigger and smaller as need be. Nope, no way, no how. No, I love watching you do it, but I'd never try it myself. That's okay, you know? People colour what they like to colour, and there's no, like, colouring. If you prefer to colour cozy, simple pages, if you prefer to do something like this, like, whatever you prefer to colour is valid, because that's what you want to colour. So colour what you enjoy. I like the challenge of this. It's definitely a challenge. Like, this is never straightforward. We spent a really long time when we were doing this one. Like, this one took a long time, but I'm really pleased with how it did come out. Again, it's not 100%, but it's never going to be 100% because we're not using oil paints. But for using pencils and paint pens, I think we achieved quite a bit. So, yeah, but now we're doing it on an even bigger scale. Winter! Hello, hello, lovely. Okay. So the first thing we're going to try and do is some background. But before we do that, I might need to grab some more pencils. Oh! I might need to clean up around here a little bit, to be perfectly honest. Alright, you can go in there. You can all go down there. Alright, you can stay here, because we're going to need you as well. We're going to need pretty much everything that's here. I just need even more. Because I need these two. So we have ink tints, we have Alberturas, we have Prismacolors, we have Caran d'Ache, we have Polychromos, we have Colors, we have the Castle Arts, we have Jelly Rolls, we have paint pens. Like, we have a lot of supplies around me. So we're going to, this is why today's project has got, we're just doing a bit of everything. Yeah. Smolt, hello, hello, lovely. All the possibilities, pretty much. This Tangle page was absolutely incredible. Now we have this, yeah. I have a big party to help host. Oh, good, hun. I'm glad you could pop in for a minute, and there's always the VODs anyway. This is gonna be a long one again. The Tangle one took us a long time, so this one will probably take us a while, but it takes what it takes. We'll see what we get done. I'm so tempted to start with Belle because I want to start with Belle, but we're more logical to start with the background. There's one more thing that I forgot to grab. Ugh. The rest of my color charts. Ink, Albertura samples. That's not good. I wonder where you've gone. That's why I should have cleaned up my desk a little bit beforehand. But I also knew I was going to be using all of this. There you are. Okay, color charts. Not getting sick again, not getting sick again, not getting sick again. Precious, hello, hello, welcome in. Alright, found the chart that I was looking for. Because we want to start off by pulling out those sort of bluey, purpley tones for the background to do that sky. So we are... Let me make this a bit bigger again. So at the top of the mountains, we're going to put a bit of amethyst in there. We're going to start with some light purple. Oh, why do I have a gap in my ink tints? Have I put them away wrong? I'm going to hope that's the case and I'm not missing an Inktense pencil. I really need to reorder these cases. I need to sort out all my pencils, the chaos. Alright, so we got amethyst, and then we have got a little bit of a darker purple, so we'll put a little bit of mauve into there as well. And then from the darker purple, we start going up into the blues. We want probably something like peacock hue, I think, would represent some of those darker blues. We'll get a bit of peacock blue. We want really like cool blues. So a bit of peacock blue. And then there is a little bit of grey in certain areas. A bit of darker. So I think we'll bring in a little bit of navy. Nope, you're deep indigo. You're violet. Where is my navy? Cows! Hello, hello. Welcome in. Not getting sick. Not getting sick. Alright, some navy blue. Right, starting a little weird. Dark mink. Because there is like a real smoky grey purple in some of those clouds. So a little bit of dark mink and a little bit of mauve or a little bit of the peacock blue. We might be able to pull off some of those greys. It's not going to be exact. This is our base layer and then we'll work over top with pencils. But we'll try and at least get this worked into the background. Right, make that small again. My friend from Canada just went back today. Oh, I'm glad you I'm glad you had your friend there. It's always good to hang out and catch up with friends. Mind over matter, not getting sick. Exactly. Exactly, double A, yeah. Not getting sick. Okay. Whew. Right. The scariest part, starting the page. Now, that's a mountain, that's a mountain. I just also have to work out what lines they've put in here because some of this is not logical. I've also trimmed it a bit closer. Actually, well, we've got this here, so this actually trims in there, and this trims in here. You do just see the edge of that. We do get the bottom of that, and we get about halfway down the tree. So they've got most of that. But yeah, they just narrow up the sides a bit. Okay, that's all good. That was completely unnecessary, but fun to do. Okay, so scary part, but you got to start somewhere. So we'll start with some amethyst. So I'm using Inktense. And we're just going to start working in some colours. And again, this is Inktense, so we don't have to be too specific. We can just play around as we go. We're going to come back in with pencils on top anyway, more than likely. So we're just going to start by getting our purple in. purple up there. But the purple's getting pretty worn out by there. And there's a couple of areas of a more darker, intense purple, so we'll merge in some mauve. I hope you're all doing well today. No going back now. Nope. It started, so we'll complete it eventually. Trying to decide what to have for supper. It's always a hard choice sometimes figuring out dinner. Excuse me. Bye, Mum. Have to remember today to also get my washing in. I cannot be yawning. I have had so much coffee today, so there's no reason to be yawning. Those that missed it, I ended up having to basically double my coffee this morning because rather than tipping my refill of coffee into the coffee jar, I tipped it into a web mug, which made a very strong cup of coffee. So then I had to water it down and spread it between 2 cups. And when I say cup, I'm talking massive oversized cup. So I've had so much coffee this morning. I haven't drunk all of it. I have poured some away because I was like, this is just too much coffee even for me. Alright, so I want a little bit of smoky grey up here. We want to keep it really light with the grey because the grey is more of a white, but we need some grey basing. Job for 4 weeks. Nice. Well done, Winter. That's awesome. Oh, excuse me. That's really, really awesome, though. Good on you. And something like, even though work takes up more time, when you're doing something that you enjoy and are good at, like, there's something very satisfying in it, too. A lot of what I'm doing here is just blocking in colours. Because ink tints are so pigmented, you can kind of be a bit messy with blocking in some of these colours, and then we're going to activate and smooth around and make things nicer. But for now we want to just really focus on getting a bunch of pigment down. One of my favourite things about ink tints is you can kind of just be messy with them. As you can see by my wonderful colouring job here. But it's fine because when we activate, it'll smooth itself out. Because that's one of the joys of ink tints. So we can get away with doing this. Have a page in Animal Du Bois picked out and plan to do it with watercolors. Well done. You got this, Yana. I believe in you. Love the encouragement, Smalt. You can only try, eh? Like, if it doesn't work out, just turn the page. Itchy nose. Right, we actually have some bright blue in the center here, so let's grab... It is actually really, really bright. I think we will grab the iris. It's just like a little touch of it right in the center here, which makes sense, just to sort of warm up in here. Oh god, that's beautiful, spectacular colouring. It always starts off rough. Like, it starts off rough. This is like very much ugly stage, and it's kind of fun. But yeah, just, you know, it looks rough to begin with, but it will smooth out. That's the thing. It's just about getting these colours on there, getting ourselves situated. Alright, I'm just going to colour right over the leaves here, because that's going to be way easier than trying to work around them. Rebecca Hicks, hello, hello, lovely. I'm doing alright, thank you. We are working in a gorgeous Thomas Kinkade book. We're just doing a very rough base layer right now. With ink tints, which when we activate will look much, much better. You just have to trust the process. Paula Balloon is one of my favorite illustrators. I love her book so much. Ah, that makes sense. I was just thinking how insanely hard it would be to just allow the process with that chicken scratch on such a precious piece. Yeah, well, it's ink tint, so I know it's going to smooth and it's going to blend, so it's not like... It's chicken scratch. It's very much chicken scratch, and it's fine, because it's going to blend out, because it's ink tints, and it's like, why should I spend ages pedantically colouring in the base, where the looseness of this will actually help me get different colours in as well. Is this the big poster one? It is indeed. And you are quite alright. You are here exactly when you're meant to be here. We're approaching midnight here, so I gotta go to bed. It was lovely to catch you for live for once. I'm glad you could pop in, Laura. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your time zone and get that good sleep. Thank you so much for being here. So this is probably technically too small of a brush, but I want a small brush because I want to kind of stipple some of these colours, and I want to have an opportunity to work with the brush to push and pull colours. So now becomes the fun part, and this is where we hope that this paper can actually take watercolour, because I have not tested this, because why would I test anything? Why would I not just slap something down and say, let's do it, and just go for it? Preparation? Planning? Foresight? What's all that? Sleepy, 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 sleepy. No pre-planning. We die like artists. Exactly. I mean, it's ink text. It's going to smush around anyway. And if it goes a bit splotchy, it actually kind of works. Because again, these are clouds. So it can be splotchy. So it's like, we'll just go for it. Oh, so much coffee. Okay. So I'm just kind of swirling my brush around and just doing cloud textures, basically. Do, 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 do. Oy, oy, oy. Oy, oy, oy. Oh, excuse me. So sleepy. I don't know why. I think because it's cold and it's just like, I don't know, there's something about when it's cold and you just kind of want to like snuggle up in bed. Do, 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 do. So we're going to colour right over the leaves because we'll pull those out later. And it's going to be much easier than trying to work around that background. These ones are technically single-sided. When you work in the book, they have the next plate behind it, so you can technically work with alcohol markers and stuff like that. You're just sacrificing the image, but this one has a completely blank page, so you could technically work with alcohol markers and stuff too here. I wonder if Shadow went out before Mum went out, or if he's actually in the house. Might have to go and check that later on. It's so cold here now that we actually used the heater last night, and like Mum's someone who doesn't really like to use the heater that often, but even she conceded last night she needed the heater. It's definitely winter. I think a few of the ski fields are starting to open up too. What is falling? Oh, you're falling. That makes sense. Falling out stuff. Kia ora, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. We're just working on, just started this Thomas Kinkade Studios page. Right now we're just starting on the sky. We've got a while to go. We're just activating an ink tints layer. Cranky Martini, hello. New Zealand, I should have known, sorry. No, that's okay. I was just about to say, I'm not 100% sure what you're saying there, apologies. Looking at the chicken scratch, I think of this one Brazilian artist on Instagram who does Pokemon art and just hatch lines. It's really simple and super effective. There is some amazing shading that is just done with like cross hatching and stuff like that. Yeah, it's really neat. Kia ora? Yeah, so K for kia ora here because Tadeo doesn't have the Q. Pretty sure Q is not in Tadeo. Yeah, so it's definitely K, so kia ora, but yes. That's all good. Appreciate you knowing it. It's awesome. Winter, you're off. All good, hun. You have a wonderful rest of your day and have fun at the birthday party. Yes, it is Te Reo Māori. Yeah. It is a greeting for hello, but it also means like, it's colloquially used as a hello here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. But it's also like, I hope you're well and I wish you good health and a couple other things. So it's kind of used as a like greeting, but it's also like, hey, how are you? I hope you're well. In 2 words. So, yeah, kia ora. Kia ora to you all. There is like more formal greetings and more proper ways to greet. So, for example, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa is one of the official greetings when you've got multiple, I think more than 3, and you're doing it to be in a, like, to people that you are wanting to show respect to. So, for example, when I gave my graduation speech, I started with tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. And that's like your formal good morning. Yeah. You sent me a reel? Perfect. I teach English, and there's this list of traditional greetings in English-speaking countries, and New Zealand is the only one that stands out. That's why I know. That's very cool. It is very cool. I'm glad that they give you that list as well. It's okay, Cranky Martini. We speak Taipo here very well. Taipo is one of our also accepted languages here. We also speak meh sounds. A lot of people also speak brain fart, because I often have like moments where my brain just stops working and then I'm like, but people get what I'm saying. So yeah, you are quite alright. Also, this is very dangerous because I'm painting right now and I almost dipped my paintbrush into my coffee cup. The only thing that stopped me was that my coffee cup is so big, so I didn't dip my paintbrush into my coffee cup, but it is a potential. And this is why I try not to have open cups of liquid when I'm doing things with a paintbrush. Stretch out the back, stretch out the back. Oh. Okay. Crack goes the back. Now we start getting into the mostly dark area, but we've still got around the moon, which we're going to have to pull out pencils for anyway, because I've gone too dark around the moon. But that's fine. It's a base layer. It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to fill out the area, give us some colour to work on top of, and help us just figure out how we're shading around here. Same around Lumiel. We're gonna have to do some shading. Don't drink it either. Yeah. I'm pretty good at not drinking the paint water because, for a start, the paint water cup doesn't have a handle. So that makes it pretty easy to not drink the paint water. It's one of the reasons why I could never use like an old mug as a paint water cup. Because, yeah. But yeah, it does help having quite a significant difference in the cup size, although that cup of coffee is getting quite cold, but it's not the end of the world because I've had so much coffee today from my accidental overmakeage of coffee. When I first made it, I said to Mum, oh my gosh, that's strong. She's like, it must be a strong coffee then, because I have really strong black coffees. It's like, if I find the coffee strong, the coffee is strong. That's why I had to sort of water it down between a couple of cups. Alright, there is our base layer. Again, it's not perfect, it's not meant to be perfect. This is just about us throwing down some colours, getting our base started in there. I'm going to have to make sure we keep these ink tints to the side, because we're going to use similar colours in the mountain, and then we'll even pull some of these colours into the landscape as we start doing the landscape. Excuse me. Okay. Oh. Alright. Next step. Need it to dry. So we're just going to blast it with the hairdryer. So can I get this diffuser part off? I can. Let's put you up there. There we go. Alright, now we can work on top. Beauty and the Beast is my favourite. Beauty and the Beast was always one of my favourites as well. Like, I think because I was that kid that read a lot, so I enjoyed the fact that Belle read. I also just really liked, you know, the fact that inanimate objects came to life, and then the music. So, I don't know, Beauty and the Beast just was one of those movies that stuck with me. And I always liked it. However, could never dress up as Belle because I don't really suit yellow. It's not my colorway. Oh, excuse me. Alright. I can't stop yawning. I don't know why I'm yawning so much today. More caffeine. Okay, so let's start. Actually, let's start with some Alberturas, because I like the polys, but we can also use them to blend in certain areas. And we'll do our second layer with these. So, we've got some violet. I want a little bit more pinkiness as well. We'll bring in a little bit of crimson as well. I'll just work on a second layer. Now, I could technically probably just go in straight with Alberturas, with Polychromos or another type of pencil, but we'll start with some Alberturas because we can also blend those out a bit more. Oh, we're just kind of going to play a bit here, see what we come up with. Because that's half the fun. Don't ask me how I did it last time because I don't remember. Each time is different. We'll just make it up. Hope for the best. Pull out a little bit of warm or cool. No, definitely warm. Use some warm grey 1 as well to bring in that sort of grey tone a little bit. because we're colouring Disney, now I kind of want to play Disney Dreamlight Valley as well. I should play that. It's been a while since I played it as well, and I spent so much to get that game, and then I barely played it, so I should play it some more. I should really find my capture card and hook up my Switch again to the computer. Then we can stream again. Switch games. I've been still on my Lego kick lately. I actually have not been doing a lot of colouring lately. I've been playing quite a bit of video games, but it's obviously what I've needed. I've done a little bit of crochet though. That was quite surprising, but yeah, I've been crocheting a little bit too. And sometimes these things happen, you know, and sometimes I just need a break from colouring. Alright. Let's pull out some sky blue and work some pale blue into here. A little bit more of a purpley blue. Let's bring in some cobalt. Actually, no, you're too green. Oh, because I grabbed cobalt blue. Greenish, I wanted cobalt blue. That'll be why. That helps. Grab the right one. I don't know if you'll remember when I was working on Rapunzel, but just how many pencils I ended up pulling out for that page. I get the feeling we're going to be doing that again. Just a few pencils. Just a few. I think this was actually... I don't know what these lines are that they've drawn in. Again, the lines don't match. We had this problem last time where the lines just didn't make sense that they're drawn in. So it was about trying to hide the lines and work in our own lines. There's a bot of some kind to get YouTube comments in a Twitch comment stream too. Ah, okay. It's interesting. I have not tried that. But yes, I do dual stream. I am live on both YouTube and Twitch. But yeah, that's good to know. I wonder if it also works in reverse where it puts just Twitch comments on YouTube. Because that would mean that I could rearrange the screen and not have to, because I know the Twitch, the chat above me that combines both chats can be a bit small sometimes, so I'll have to look into that. Thank you for that info. It's basically a bot for everything now. But yes, we do dual stream to both platforms because I have people that prefer YouTube, I have people that prefer Twitch, and I want people to be comfy and just be on the platform that they prefer. So it's no skin off my nose to stream to both. I started out on Twitch many years ago. I'm very, very glad that they changed the policy, so now I can dual stream and go on both. Okay. Layer 2 with some Albert Jurors. Oh, excuse me. My goodness. I am so sorry I keep yawning so much. I don't know why. Guess I'm just like getting into the relax zone. I promise you, I don't mean to yawn this much. And I'm sorry if I'm making anyone else yawn while I'm yawning. Alright, I don't know if this Albadura layer did all that much. It did get some extra colour in. I just haven't used enough water to melt it all together. I know, we'll assess at the end. It's definitely more vibrant. I'll give it that much. Can both come through OBS or Streamlabs? Yeah, so I use the Streamlabs chat box. Chatbot widget, and because my Streamlabs is connected to both YouTube and Twitch, it pulls both chats and then it combines it into one. So Streamlabs is pulling both chats into the OBS, and then the OBS is putting it out here, but they can't take the comment and post it in the other chat. So yeah, you will see on your specific platform only your specific platform's chat, but the one on screen will combine both of them, which I know can be difficult to read on smaller devices, but it's the best that I can do that I've found so far. But if there's a bot that is taking YouTube chat and posting it in Twitch chat, there might be a reverse one. So if that's the case, if the bot will take it on, like, you know, take the YouTube chat and post it on Twitch, and then take the Twitch chat and post it on YouTube, but then at what point does the bot, like, if the bot takes the Twitch chat and posts it on YouTube, is then that bot that posts from YouTube to Twitch going to think that that needs to then be posted, and then we go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You know what I mean? Like, at what point does it click not to post? I would hope it would click not to post itself. I don't know, that'll be interesting, but it was something I'll look into later on. It's not a thing already. That sky is looking fabulous already. Thank you. We've got a long way to go, but it's just layers, lots and lots of layers. Alright, we're going to bring in some more purpley blue over here. So we're being a little bit more pedantic with this layer, making sure we get right up, but still not our top layer, so we've still got some playroom. I hope you're doing good out there. Don't forget to do some self-care. Have a little stretch, have a little hydrate. Should probably do a little stretch myself. I'll do it in just a moment once we finish this bit. Ooh. Little stretch. Oh, stretch that back. Kia ora, Zoe. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh. Okay. Always good to have a little stretch. Alright, that's definitely bringing in that dark purpley blue colour. So I like how that's looking. How are you going today, Zoe? Welcome in. We are working on a Thomas Kinkade Studios poster book. We're doing a Beauty and the Beast page. And we've just started. We're just starting with the background sky. Building up some tones in this background. I have this book. It's stunning, isn't it? It really is. I love Thomas Kinkade's work. And I love what his team, because it's not him, it's a studio. I love what they produce. It's so pretty. Kia ora, Steve. Yeah, I've done one other Thomas Kinkade before. So I've done one in the Disney Dreams original one. I've done the Tangled page. So we spent ages a while ago working on the Tangled page. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it a lot. So looking forward to when we get to the point this one having a bit more body to it. But we've just started, so it'll be a while. But yeah, that same image is actually in this poster book too, so. And I believe it's also in the Disney Princess one, which I have as well. And then I've also been gifted the Celebration one. So we've got a bunch of Thomas Kinkade to work in eventually too. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Alright, let's bring in a darker grey. Because there is just a little bit of grey in a couple of these areas. A little bit of lightness in there. Okay, if the Rapunzel one is a long-term whip, I can understand why. Like, I understand why people are very hesitant about this book, but I also think it is a lot of fun. It is definitely a challenge. Like, I'm not going to pretend it's not, like, difficult. There is, but also it doesn't have to follow the example. And also, you're never going to make it look perfect because the examples are originally painted in oil color. So you can't replicate it exactly. So when you accept that it's not going to look identical, it becomes a lot more fun because you can just go for it and just try things and look at that example and go, oh, okay, I can see here they've used a little bit more. Like when I was working on this background and then I realized they used some brighter blue in the middle here, and it's like, oh, I didn't realize they had some brighter blue. Like, you can pull little things off the examples and just learn. The main thing I learned while doing this one was just how many colors I worked into everything. And like, I use a lot of colors, but even here they had so many more colors that we built in as well. So yeah, it's fun. It's definitely fun. Yeah, I have several of the books in the poster book and been too frightened to attempt it. You just go for it. I mean, at the end of the day, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Turn page. It's not meant to look like the original Thomas Kinkade painting. Like, this page that we're colouring is not going to be identical to this. If it was going to be identical to this, I would have brought the poster of this. Like, that's how we'd get it identical, is to buy this poster. But that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to colour our own version of it. So we can take inspiration from it, but it's not going to be identical. And that's okay. It'll be what it'll be. We'll do our best with whatever it turns out to be. But yeah, I understand why it's intimidating. I put off Thomas Kinkade for a long time because I understand the intimidation. But yeah, once I just kind of got in my head to just stop trying to match the original and just have fun with it, really enjoyed that one. Been waiting to feel like I'm ready to do another one. Alright. So we're just going to colour over all the leaves because, again, we'll pull the leaves out separately. A lot of the leaves are actually also really dark with just little green areas of highlight, so you can kind of get away with just colouring over them for now. Plus then I don't have to work around everything, and that makes me happy because too much to work around. So I hope everyone's doing well today, and whatever projects you may be working on are going good. I've already saved this, so maybe if I get courageous enough, I'll go back and watch it again on the big TV with lots of pauses and rewinds. I hope you do. I can't, like, give a plan or anything with this one. It's very much going to be me making it up as I go along, this one, which is usually how I approach these things. But even more so with this one. There is no plan. There is no, I'll probably use this here or this here. I don't know. There's a reason why I've pulled out every single pencil and put it beside me. I'm going to be merging sets. I'm going to be going all over the place. I'm going to be mixing polys and prismas and Pablos, and like, I'm going to just be pulling out whatever I can. It's going to be interesting, but also kind of how I like colouring. So right now I'm just using Albert Durers to add in a second layer on top of our ink tints. I'm kind of just looking at the reference and scribbling in colours where it seems right. That's the whole plan. You're working in your 50 minis doing the front pages. Ooh, I got gifted my first free of the 50 miniature books and I really enjoyed it. It was my backup for today if I didn't feel like doing this and I wanted something simpler, was to pull out the monster one and do some more in there. But you have a talent in picking the colours to the closest match. Well, if that will help you, I'm more than happy. I can always send you photos as well. I'll try to remember to name all the colours as well. I know, I just, again, pick the closest match. And then once it's down, if it's not quite right, we just layer another colour on top. That's why I do like polychromos, because you can keep layering and layering and layering a lot of those colours, particularly if you work really thinly. So you can keep tinting colours and keep layering colours, which is kind of probably a little reminiscent of the oil colours as well, because it's so many colours sort of layered and merged together. So there's one bonus. How do you find the paper differs between the poster book and the smaller book? Oh gosh, how did I find the paper back then? Like, the paper's already buckling. Can't remember. This one might have buckled as well, but again, this sits on the shelf, so it's not like really a worry that it buckles. Like, they're definitely different papers. Yeah. The paper in the book's thicker, technically. Yeah. So far I've found that the ink tints isn't quite as smushy. Like, it did absorb the water quite fast, would be the only thing that I've really noticed. But that it's not like bad, it's still very workable. Yeah. You find the poster thinner paper, so there you go. It also depends on what version you have and what time it was published as well. So yeah, to me this feels a little thicker than my book. It's definitely very smooth, and I'm a little, like, it's going to be interesting when we get the polys onto it, but because I've done so many water layers here, the water will also rough this up ever so slightly. So yeah, this isn't bad. But yeah, so far no issues. The real issue will be when I start getting to like layer 8 or 9 of the pencils, and then I'm like, I can't layer this down. But also everyone's colouring style is different and everyone has different preferences for papers, and yeah. But yeah, so far no major complaints. It's a bit smooth, but it's still very workable. Yeah. The page and the plate are not one reproductions. You're not a printer, so it's okay to play with it. Exactly. I mean, we've already discussed how they've cut off some of the sides of this, and you know, we were talking about how in some of the plates they changed the lines around and stuff like that too. So like with the Disney Dreams and the Disney Princess books, which I have both now, so I could actually show you. But when we were working on the Rapunzel and the Disney Dreams book, and then somebody, and I cannot remember who, and I do apologize, was talking about the version in the Disney Dreams, in the Disney Princess book, which has completely different lines. So, you know, even the line work is different between the two of these, which is interesting. I get on better with smoother paper. White space drives me nuts. Yeah. I mean, that's why one of the first things I try to do with colouring is cover up as much of the tooth of the paper as possible. That being said, with this one, I'll probably work a little bit more section by section. So I approached the last one, but also I may change my mind. But yeah, usually when I'm colouring, one of the first things I'm trying to do is cover up that tooth of the page as quickly as possible. Because the less white on the page, the better. Sleepy ghost with the most. Kia ora. Welcome in. How are you going today? Yeah, see, I can tell, like, again, I saturate paper. I'm really bad for saturating paper, as it's how I tend to work. And I can tell that this paper's already like, we've had a lot of water. Like, we're coping, but maybe don't keep loading us up with water. I mean, am I going to listen? No, because it's my book. But yeah, I do tend to oversaturate things as well. That's just how I work. I like water. So yeah, it is starting to like chew up a little bit because I've oversaturated. But, you know, it's what it is. I did have a little stretch before, Elizabeth. Like, 10 minutes ago. We had a little stretch. But we'll do another little mini stretch. I'm okay. I had a fun time with family friends. Just definitely overstimulated and done now. It's probably done about 3 minutes into the family get together. I understand. It's very much like that sometimes, isn't it? Like, sometimes I push myself to go to things because I'm like, it's so much effort, but once you get there, you'll enjoy it. And I do. But then I get there sometimes and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm done. Time to go home. When was the last sip of water? Probably quite a while ago. Unless you count coffee. We'll have proper water. Here you go, smell. Water head. I'll be back. Need coffee and a potty break. All good, Lisbeth. Go for it. Okay. I'm not being asked it. You should. We all should have some water. Have some hydration. Oh, I say that knowing I've had nothing but piles of coffee. I'm still yawning like crazy today. Alright, I want to darken right up in here. So we get a nice dark contrast and then bring a bunch of this purpley blue in. So we can start bringing this in. stopping any drink are technically anti-water because they make the water in the system rush to the exit point. True. True. They do definitely make things rush sometimes. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry. I cannot stop yawning today. We almost need a yawn count. It's just one of those days where apparently I'm going to yawn all day. Okay. Now, I haven't pulled out a bit of a brighter blue, so let's pull out something for that. Like some Teflo blue light. Maybe you need an uppies kind of stretch? Maybe. Maybe I do. Could go and see where Shadow's at. Actually, I need to be keeping an eye out or if the stray comes around because he hasn't been fed yet. Put some food down for him. So, could go take a little walk see and see if the stray's around. Maybe get my washing in as well. Probably if I do all that, I also need a bathroom break. Well, we've just about finished this section, so we'll finish this section. And then I can leave things to also dry. Do, 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 do. Alright, bring in a bit there. When did you want to start your laundry? Yeah, probably... Well, it's hard to tell if it's going to rain today or not. Let me check my weather. I have to get in the laundry today regardless because there's stuff on the deck and it's been out for days. And I was meant to get it in yesterday, but then the kids were here and I got distracted. And then we did not get our laundry in. Oh, wrong one. Come on, load up. Yeah, there's meant to be showers this afternoon. Okay, so no laundry today and I need to get in what's there. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll get this section finished and then we'll have a break and I'll do the bathroom and I'll get the laundry in and see if the stray's about for giving him his food. See where Shadow's at, that sort of thing. We'll just take a couple of minutes break and that way I'll get a good stretch in and hopefully stop yawning as much. But it'll give a moment for all this to dry out as well. No new laundry. Rescue past laundry. Exactly. Exactly. I am one of those people that will put laundry out and then forget laundry's out, or, you know, put laundry in the machine and forget laundry's in the machine. I think a few of us are like that sometimes. We don't have a dryer though. We use clothes racks on a covered deck to dry our clothes, which means it can take a while to dry sometimes in winter. I do really need to get on to do small blanket hoodies one day, because we're running out of blanket hoodies and it's winter and we can't really run out of those. But there's also no point today because it's just going to be wet. Some of these details are going to be so tiny. Tiny little cogs worth. It's fine. Step, 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 step. Merge all the colours together. Oh, a little bit over there, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doing our cheesy baked potato as a dish for butter and sour cream, and embarrass myself with how much I put on each I put on them. Hey, don't worry about it. Again, fed is best. What is the rule here, Yana? So if you like lots of butter and sour cream on your baked potato, you do that. I am lactose intolerant, so I tend to not use a lot of sour cream, but I do like buttery mashed potatoes, so I would be the person that would also do a lot of butter. But again, fed is best, so just glad you're eating. It's always good. Make sure you get something, you know? Alright, I think we're getting there. Like, again, we're still going to go over with pencils, but I feel like our base layer is getting there. We've got lots of different tones. So with our pencils, we'll go in and start like really bringing out the texture of the clouds and start bringing that in. I like cottage cheese with onions and chives on mine. Oh no, I'm with you, Rebecca. I could see that as well. Like, cottage cheese is actually really good. That sounds really good. You're dairy intolerant? Yeah, I'm not meant to eat dairy, which is why I have black coffee, but also cheese is lovely and I couldn't survive without cheese, so yeah. Okay, so we are going to take a little break here because I do actually need to go and pee now all that coffee's starting to want to come out, so we are going to take a little bathroom break here, and I am going to whip in all my laundry as well while I remember before it starts raining and it gets wet again. So we'll just be a few minutes. Take this opportunity to also go and make yourself a baked potato. Make yourself some food, grab some water, make a cup of coffee, whatever you need to do to self-care, meds, dishes, snacks, like something to look after yourself. If at the very least, have a little stretch. And yeah, we'll see you all shortly. Okay. Oh, that took a minute. It was quite a few things that I did. Yeah. I recorded what I want to take on vacation. I refilm. Just put the text on screen. Just put the text on screen. Don't worry about refilming it. It's also okay to just go on holiday and recognize that you also just need a break. Sometimes we just need a break. I am back. I got my laundry in. The stray was not around, but I've put the food bowl down for him. There's a good chance that Shadow is stealing all the food though. I made myself a sandwich because I realised that my couple of grapes for breakfast weren't quite doing it. So I just quickly made a sandwich, went to the bathroom, did all the things. Lots of running around. Feel better. Colouring holiday sounds so cute. Oh, hello, Shadow. I know. We have a cat. Put the books on the floor, toss a pencil, and see where it lands. That's a technique. That's a technique for sure. I know when I used to have to travel with a few books, I used to try to, if I had anything like specific I wanted to finish off, that went with me. But then also, I tried to take like, it depended how long I was going, but I tried to take a couple of books with different things. So like one was a portrait, one was like a cutesy, simpler type book, one was like a mythographic or mythomorphia, or one was a more detailed one. So there was a simple one, a more detailed one. One tried to be more like naturey animals, one tried to be more portraits. I usually ended up taking about 6 to 8 books depending, but it depended how long I was going for as well. Yes, this is Shadow. For those who have not met Shadow, he is a black cat, but he is incredibly sun bleached because he loves to sleep in the sun, so his black fur goes quite brown, as you can see. He is a black kitty. He was very, very happy last night. He left me completely alone because Mum put on the heater, so he got to curl up in front of the heater. And he loved it. He left me alone all night, and then Mum sent me a photo at 11 PM where he decided he wanted company, so he tried to climb on Mum's shoulder, even though he's not meant to climb on Mum's shoulder at all, because he's so used to being able to climb on mine. You can't stay there. You know you can't stay there, and I'm sorry, there's just too much stuff on the desk for you to go running around the desk today. You're not meant to run around the desk anyway. You can come up on my shoulder and settle on my shoulder, or you can go on the floor. Those are your options. You can't keep looking at me for treats. You've been out of treats for weeks. I haven't been able to find them. It's on my folder if I can't find them in the shops. Don't give me that meow. The Shadow Show, yeah. We'll see if we can get him to settle. Give him the baby treatment. If he'll settle up here, he'll be alright. Sometimes he settles up here, sometimes he doesn't. His breath smells like cat food. You just ate the stray's food, didn't you? Cat smells. I still want to go back and get Tilly. I'm still very tempted to get Tilly. No? You want a little baby sister? You want a little baby sister? Mum would not be impressed. Mum would not be impressed in the lightest. Mostly focus on taking my buddy colours and getting those done as priority. That makes sense. Yeah, you gonna settle? You gonna settle? It's always a shadow show here. We know how it goes. We can pretend otherwise, but we all know it's the shadow show. Lean backwards. Take my hand out of there. My hand's free. We good? I don't think I can colour this far back though. You're nice and dry, that's the main thing. What kind of texture do I want for these clouds? It's going to make a difference as to what we start approaching with pencils. Hey, Chai! Super cold down here in Dinners. Literally have 2 gloves, 2 socks, 4 tops, including a cardigan, a scarf around my shoulders. I am not surprised. I remember those cold snap days, and I remember being in Dunedin and just putting on like 5 pairs of pants and looking like a marshmallow, but not caring because it was just so cold. It was just like layers upon layers upon layers. Don't miss those days at all. I hope you're doing alright, hun. It's great to see you. We are working on a, I know it's Thomas Kinkade. I pressed the wrong buttons. I'm professional. I'm professional. We're working on this image here. This is by Thomas Kinkade Studios. I'm working in the colouring book version of it. And yeah, we've just started. We're just working on the sky right now. Yeah. It's very much making me want to play Disney Dreamlight Valley though. Oh, shadows up. Are you done? You done? You want down? Nope. Oh, he's disappearing fast. I wonder if the stray's around. He's gonna go and meet his friend. Today's sandwich is probably a little weird to most people. It's peanut butter and Marmite. I really like the combo because I like my peanut butter savoury. So the Marmite adds a saltiness and the umami to it. It makes it into a real savoury sandwich. Right. Better be a warm marshmallow, do good. Yeah. Is that work to keep my mind occupied most days of the week? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you're here. And hopefully we can keep you distracted. Do you think it'll be easier for me to give a page in one of the books first or a poster? Well, the books are smaller. But also they're half the size. There are pros and cons to both. I think the book would be easier. I'm seeing if I can find the specific image in the book, because I'm sure it's in here. I think the book would be easier because with the book, like for example, this image here is this image here in the book. So not only are you getting an extreme close-up, but because you've got that side-by-side comparison, you can pull colors more easily because you've got that direct size by size, and you can say like, oh, okay, the peach only goes like this far, then this far, then this far. So it's easier to have that direct comparison, as opposed to this, where we've got the full thing, but I'm also trying to reference it off the computer, and I don't have that reference beside me. So it's something to keep in mind, but I think the books are a little easier. I say that having done one in a book and this so far. So I'm not an expert, but I do think the books are easier. But this one, because it's single-sided, you don't have to worry about media. You can just go for it. Because, like, who cares if it splotches through because it's single-sided. I've heard of combining peanut butter and miso, so Marmite isn't too much of a stretch. Yeah, peanut butter and miso makes a really good satay sauce. Really good. Meanwhile, in Swindon, in my home, I have my fan on. It's 9. Is it 90 Celsius? It can't be 90 Celsius. That's like, we use Celsius. That would be like the world's on fire. I'm guessing that's 9 Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit. But if it's 9 Celsius and you got the fan on, like, that's not very warm. Have the fan on, it's 105 Fahrenheit. It's 48.2 Fahrenheit. Oh, okay. It's probably chilly outside, but I live in a building where people have the heating on all the time, so it insulates us and makes it a hot now apartment. That makes sense. Okay. Well, we're quite similar in temperature, Zoe. I think it was 8, but they're saying it feels like 6 with the chill in the air. The wind chill. Oh, 2 seconds. I just need to mute you guys. Helps if you actually hit the unmute button. Sorry about that. My nibbling sent a message, so just had to. Yeah, ours feels like 5. Oh, too cold. Too cold. But 40 is also too hot. 40 Celsius is too hot. Oh, Jai, that's cute though. You look all snuggly. It's good to be snuggly. It is why we are wearing blanket hoodies. Okay. You can go down there. You can go over there. You can go in my pocket. This is the problem, is I just have so many pencils everywhere right now that it's a bit like everywhere. UK, we're lucky if we get that temperature one day in the whole year. I like it between 23, 25. Hotter if there's no humidity. Oh, no. I am very much like a 18 Celsius is sort of my temperature. But where I live, we get very humid. So, we get quite a bit of humidity. So, I'm like, no humidity, please. So I'm just pulling some colours right now. Definitely you, and we'll pull a bit of you. While we're here, we'll pull you. And then let's pull a bit of you. Let's pull a bit of you. Yeah. And pull a bit of you. Is it not a thing to not have heat in winter in New Zealand? Okay, so in New Zealand, there's a couple of things with our houses. First of all, for some unbeknown reason, most of our houses don't have insulation, to the point where the government is trying to actively work on insulating houses. So, for example, rentals now have to be insulated. Most windows don't have double glazing or anything, so most houses are very, very cold. And on top of that, a lot of houses also don't have sensible ventilation. So crying windows is a very common thing here in New Zealand. So it's like you have to open houses and get air to flow through. Yeah, Dunedin is infamous. Like, Dunedin is a student town because that's where one of our main universities is. I lived in a flat when I lived in Dunedin where the walls used to cry because of the moisture inside the house, because there was no proper ventilation. There was no way to air out the house without opening all the windows, and the house is too cold in winter. But then there was also no insulation. So yeah, just be careful that we're not going. I'm hoping those are big enough areas where you can't identify, but yeah, just be careful with locations on the internet. I'm hoping those are big towns. But it looks like we've got some neighbours. I love when that happens. Yeah, so it's like our houses are cold, they're not insulated, they're not breathable, so you get moldy. Like, mold is a big problem in a lot of houses. Like, I've got a friend who recently, like an online friend who recently moved here, and one of the first questions they asked was like, is it normal for the windows to be like crying? And everyone's like, yeah, that's welcome to New Zealand, you need to air out your house. Yeah, and so yeah, so houses here generally are quite cold. And then you add on to that, you know, the cost of power. A lot of us aren't very inclined to use heaters because a lot of houses also don't have like inbuilt heating. You know, a lot of us use like heaters that you plug into the wall and turn on. And then, yeah, so for example, the house that I'm living in with my mum is like, there's no insulation. The windows are very old, so it is a cold house. Like, it is very cold up here. It's something that I've always said to mum is I feel cold in this house continually, even in summer, because the wind comes right through the house. But because of the fact that like we do get quite a bit of wind through the house, it does aerate quite well, which is quite good. But for example, there is a heater here. So there's a heater in the lounge. There's a gas heater that is inbuilt into the wall. But the lounge and kitchen and hallway and are all one big open area. So it can't even heat the room. And then you add into the fact that the bathroom also blows a gale through and brings in so much cold air that like it doesn't do anything. If turning the heater on literally doesn't do anything. So I've always just grown up with put on more layers, and I know a lot of people who are in that situation have just put on more layers. Yeah, there's supposed to be insulation in my flat, but at this point it's more like insulation than anything. Yeah, it's the same thing here. There is insulation in the roof, but It's really not a lot. For it to be cold, you can get nice and snuggly. I hate when it's too hot. I find cooling down much more difficult. Exactly. Yeah, I definitely would prefer, like, when it gets too cold, it does hurt my bones. So it's not good for me being cold, but as long as I can put on layers and get warm, we're all good. But where I am in this room, this is still a cold room. It doesn't help that I also don't have curtains. So, you know, there's a small curtain for up there for the small window, but the main window right here doesn't actually have a curtain. So that's just like a big heat source suck out. But I can also mostly shut my door. And then I've got a little wall heater that I can plug in, and if I run it for like a couple minutes, cranked up on high, it sort of heats up the room, and then I can just turn it off. So it doesn't use a huge amount of power, but it's still using a lot of power. And I know a lot of, especially elderly people, it's another really common thing in New Zealand where a lot of elderly people will not use their heater because it costs too much to run. And unfortunately, a lot of our houses are not very warm. Yeah. So the government is, like, a lot of building standards have changed. And like I said, with rentals now, rentals have to be insulated if they can be insulated. The previous place that I rented was a concrete building, so they couldn't insulate it. Also have pre-pool pan. Yeah. All the socks. We gotta love socks. I was once in Dubai in the middle of July and it hit 3 figures. Oh, yeah. My attic has 24 inches of insulation and all the walls are insulated and all the windows are double, triple panes. And keep it cool in summer as well as warm in winter. Exactly. And so a lot of new builds are like that now, Yana, because they did change a lot of the rules around building here to try and stop a lot of the housing issues. There are so many older houses here. Yeah. Yeah, so in general, our houses are genuinely cold unless you live in a fancy new build. Or you live in a fancy rental. But yeah, most of the time, your houses are pretty freaking cold here. Alright, so I pulled out a bunch of Prismacolors. I'm going to merge Prismacolor and Polychromos together again. Alright, I pull out some Payne's Grey. And then I think we'll pull out a little bit of you. We're going to need extenders again too. At least some of these colours I can match what I pulled out in the Albert Duras. Let's pull a little bit of you out too. Okay. Oh, I should really have a spare tray or something for all these pencils. At least in the lab where I'm working, it's really warm all the time, so you can legit wear a t-shirt and you're fine. Yeah, the labs are usually have to keep at quite a consistent temperature. Not just for the comfort of the workers, or keeping the samples. I used to work in this retail store, and it was essentially an old shed that had been converted, like a very large but essentially a big tin shed, and so, and like the air conditioning was non-existent in there, and one day in the middle of summer it just got too hot, and we all had uniforms that were these horrible polyester shirts, and I used to be a lot bigger then, so I used to just get hot all the time, and it was just like melting, and it got to a point where I was sitting down because I was like just getting dizzy and hot because it was so humid. And the manager was walking around in a singlet, and she later confided to me when I said to her that I just wasn't feeling well because of the heat. She said basically if anyone came up to her and walked out that day, she would have let them because it was too hot. The customers weren't coming into shop, and there was nothing she could do because of the air conditioning just not working. But she basically contacted the head honcho and said, we need to do something because this is ridiculous. And that was the day that I learned that through New Zealand health and safety standards, there's no it's too hot to work temperature. But if somebody passes out due to the temperature, then they have a health and safety obligation to rectify the temperature. Yeah. Give me a cold tense. I like a polar bear life to living like a camel. Yeah. I would rather it be on the cooler side than the warmer side because then I get to wear blanket hoodies. And I like blanket hoodies. But I can see like I can see the joy of both sides, basically. Those are words I'm trying to say. I'm running out of words. Alright, I'm not a fan of how the Prismacolor goes on this paper. It will work for spots though, but I couldn't do general layers. It's a bit too smooth. But how I like to colour. What's that meow for? Has your friend been visiting? Have you said hi to your friend and now you're coming back to say hi to us? You're gracing us with your presence. Yeah, I have lived in Dunedin before, Chai. I don't think I could live there again. Summer in Dunedin was fine. Winter in Dunedin, too cold. But also, it was the lack of sunlight days. Like, Dunedin is just so grey. That was the thing that really got to me and really surprised me. But yeah, admittedly, I was also living in Northeast Valley, which is the, like, coldest, dampest area of Dunedin. So, yeah, not fun. If I was to move anywhere, I'd move to Wellington. Yeah. I just want ambient temperature all the time. Yeah. Exactly. Ambient temperature. Come on, settle down. I know you want to go on the desk, but I can't have you on the desk today. There's too much stuff. You need to sit. Don't boot me with your wet nose. Oh, wet nose boots. Right. Let's not show your butthole on screen. Right, you're gonna settle down? Hi, Stardust. Oh, wet nose boops. Wet nose boops are gross. Alright, let's see if we can actually get some of this done while holding him, or if he's gonna try and keep going on the desk. No, you can't go on the desk. He's very tempted to go on the desk today. If I put you on the desk, you're not allowed. I'll have to close everything up if you go on the desk. Oh, okay, you went off already. You're not having fun because you can't go on the desk. Probably looking for treats. Again, I haven't been able to find his treats in so long. So hopefully we'll find him again one day. Depends which area of Dunedin. I think the temperature is taken on the outskirts of Dunedin. So, yeah, from memory. I know when I lived in Dunedin, we never looked at the official temperature, but I was also in a valley, so it got even colder in the valley. What is 8 Celsius in Fahrenheit? Because that's what my internet is telling me. So apparently we're 46 Fahrenheit here, but yeah, that's colder. Yeah. Enjoy your lurk smalt. I think I'm going to take a colour by number book and work out my acrylic markers I need for that page before I go. That's a bad idea, Zoe. That's a good idea, Zoe. Wow. Words. That's a good idea. It's a good colouring option. So yeah, what I'm doing now, in fact I can bring you in a little bit because what we're doing is a little bit more so what we're doing is we're starting to, I don't know if you can see down here, we're starting to add in a bunch of texture to the clouds because we've got a bit of the blend, but now we want to create more bubbly sort of texture. So that's kind of what I'm working on now. It's just creating cloud textures and adding in a bunch of tones. Good sleepy, just wake up from a beauty nap. Well done. Had one of those early after dinner. It's now, oh my goodness, past midnight. Well, that might mean that we're on the same day now because it's Sunday here. So welcome to Sunday. 46 F is warm enough to run my car through the car wash to desalt. So yeah, we're using a mixture of Polychromos and Prismacolors right now. I might even grab some Pablos because I might grab the white and Pablo too. So each of these pencils kind of has a different effect to them. The Prismacolors are more opaque, so they're good for like building up more tones. The Polys layer, so they're good for tinting. They've got more translucency, but they're good for layering in tones. And then the Pablos are kind of in the middle. So they give a bit of opacity, but they also build on top. They also have a really pretty light blue colour. It's a lot of just taking different colours and trailing them out. Thank you. Did anything interesting happen today? Well, the only thing I can say about Sunday is make sure you get the rest you need, because when I woke up and went to make my coffee this morning, I had to refill my my jar of coffee. And rather than putting the jar of coffee, the refill for the coffee, into the jar where the coffee goes, I took my freshly rinsed cup and poured the bag of refilled coffee into the cup. And luckily, I managed to get most of it back out absolutely fine. But I did end up making about 5 cups of coffee with how much coffee got stuck in the cup. So, you know, I had to laugh because it was like, it's such a, like, very clearly Amy hasn't got enough sleep thing to do. So, you know, just be kind to yourself today. That's sort of the start of Sunday. So just be kind to yourself on Sundays. It's 7:22 here, so a little coffee and colouring is mandatory. That is a perfect Saturday. I completely zoned out last night. I didn't do any colouring. I haven't done any colouring since last stream. I really have not been colouring a lot lately. And that happens sometimes. Sometimes I go through phases where I don't really colour a lot. And we're in one of those phases, apparently. Hi, Millie, and hello, Perfection. I just look up. I'm feeling human again, but it's so cold because it's snowing a few hours away. You can enjoy your morning latte again. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear you're feeling a little better too. Yeah, we were just talking about how cold it is in the southern hemisphere. I'm pretty sure it's snowing up on the mountain right now. Like, I feel ice in the air. You can feel in the air when it's snowing on the mountain. The sky's looking great. Thank you. We got a long while to go, but I like how it's getting so far. Oops. Scratching into the paper there a little bit. We're just going to keep layering and playing and see how we go with things. Just build in texture. Because there's a smoothness to the background, but there is also dimension. So we want to make sure we're also getting in some of that dimension. And this is why we did so many layers underneath, because when we layer the colours on top, it kind of blends, but with all the different undertones, it builds in all this texture as well. I might be human to finally colour today, hopefully. Fingers crossed, Perfection! Little Patty, hello, hello, kia ora. I love Thomas Kinkade. Thomas Kinkade Studios work is so pretty. They always do such gorgeous, gorgeous pieces. Like, one day I would like to get maybe some of the puzzles. I think the puzzles would be really fun to do. Yeah. Just very, very pretty. And really fun to colour too. I'm so excited to have more Thomas Kinkade books to work in. And to be in a space where I feel up to doing another Thomas Kinkade. Because these ones take a while. But with it. So yeah, it's just going to be lots of slowly building up tones. I think I do want to grab a paint pen here though. Might work. You might be a bit dark. I got one of his books, but I never dared to start it for browsing and getting a look at his work. That's super valid. Like, nothing wrong with just looking at his work. Or their work, because it's a studio. So it's a collection of people now. That mandarin is so cold, it's shooting my tooth. Alright. See how this one looks. I think you might be too dark. Yeah, you're way too dark. So I just want to cover up some of these line edges, because That's not right. And this will also bring in a bunch of bright pink. Pinky purple. Give us like a highlighted cloud edge. And then... What's the matter? You're back again. So, are you out of food? Did the stray come and eat all the food and now you think you're going to get more food? Or are you just feeling lonely? I can go and put you on a bed full of clean laundry. I'd rather you didn't, but if it settles you... He's not jumping for upsies, so... Now he's jumping for upsies. My goodness, you're changeable today. Right, I'm gonna head off and catch some seas. Night, Zoe. You get some wonderful sleep. If I don't catch you again before your holiday, you have a wonderful holiday and hopefully you get a lot of colouring done, but also just have a really good time. He's missing his treats? Yeah, he probably is. He's probably wanting like treats and more food, except I just don't have any. I can't find them. Shops aren't making them. Or they're just like, too many people have clicked onto how much the cats like them. He could also be cold. Yeah, he probably is also cold. The front door's also open, which doesn't help. He's actually settling on the shoulder though, so that's a good sign. Hey, you gonna settle down? You gonna settle down? So soft. Well, it's like I get a free scarf. Wet nose books. I'm so cold. Aren't you freezing with the door open? A little bit. But it's only just ajar so that Shadow can go out and that the stray can come in and have his food. So, yeah. I'll go out there in a little bit when we take our next stretch break and see if the stray's been in and eaten. And if he's eaten, then I'll shut the door again. So, yeah. Michelle, hello, welcome in. You did indeed catch us. Welcome in. We are working on a Thomas Kinkade piece, very, very slowly. I hope you're doing well. Yes, we do have Kitty. We do have Shadow here today. He's settling in. Right, a little bit of grey. Oh, I've got to be careful around there because we're starting to chew up the paper because I did too many layers. So careful around that area. Your kitty is so sweet. Thank you, Joy. This is Shadow. He can be a little troublemaker, but I think he's a little cold today, so he's being extra cuddly because then he gets to cuddle up here. He can be very cute though. He can just be also very clingy and very fussy with his food, which is very frustrating. But yeah, he's pretty cute. He's a rescue from the SPCA. Our running suspicion with Shadow is that he was an elderly person's cat, so he got lots of like lap cuddles, and because he's a very affectionate cat and loves, you know, he has to be touching somebody. So that was our suspicion. That he was an older person's cat, and then this older person either passed suddenly or went into a rest home, and unfortunately, rather than doing the responsible thing, he was dumped in the middle of nowhere. He was dumped and found on a road way outside of Taranaki of New Plymouth. So he was found basically out in the countryside. And so, yeah, this was when he was about, running suspicion was he was about 2 years old. But yeah, he was definitely like, he was house trained, he was well behaved, he was very affectionate. But yeah, that's sort of the running suspicion with what happened. Whatever family he was with, he got a lot of affection, and then he was unfortunately dumped. So he was found in the middle of nowhere. He wasn't chipped and he wasn't tagged, so nobody could identify him. So he went to the SPCA as a lost cat. No one claimed him, so then he went up for adoption. And unfortunately, he's a male black cat. And so black cats can sometimes be harder to adopt. Male cats can be harder to adopt, and he was 2 to 2.5, so he was also a slightly older cat. He wasn't a kitten. And then on top of that, he did not get on well with the other cat, older male cat that he would have been paired up with. Like, he doesn't get on well with other cats particularly. So he had to stay in his own cage. And he was unfortunately at the SPCA for 3 months on his own. So when Mum and my younger brother went in, and they went in to go and get a pair of tabby kittens that were advertised, but they had already gone. Like, they went like that. They were so adorable. But they decided to go and have a look at the other cats, and then they stumbled across Shadow, and it just, like, Shadow just crawled out to Mum and my brother. And so even though they went in for this tabby kittens, they ended up with Shadow. And he was called Shadow because he is literally your shadow. Like, when Mum first adopted him, I wasn't living here at the time, but when Mum first adopted him, because he is technically Mum's cat, she could not even go to the toilet without him because he was so worried about being abandoned and he was so freaked out by it. So yeah, like, she couldn't go out, she couldn't go to the bathroom, anything like that. And it took him several years to kind of recognize that just because Mum goes out, she's coming back. Yeah, so he took a while to get over it. Like, he's a traumatized cat. Poor baby. But yeah, he's doing well now. He recognizes, you know, that, like, we'll go out and he'll be waiting for us when we come back. So, but he's not, like, freaked out that we've been gone all day now. He knows that we're coming back. And yeah, he is still a very affectionate cat. And so because I am living here and Mum is highly allergic to cats, like, we knew she was allergic to cats, but we didn't realize how allergic to cats she was until she went to the skin specialist. So I try to do the physical contact with Shadow. So yeah, we joke that Shadow is mine, even though Shadow is legally Mum's and Mum does buy his food. But yeah, I do give him all the cuddles so that she doesn't have to touch Shadow and, you know, activate all her allergies. But yeah, he's 12 or 13 now, because we've had him a while. We've had him like almost 10 years. So, because it was 2015, I believe, when we adopted him, or Mum adopted him at the end of 2015. So yeah, it was about 2.5 or so. So they weren't sure of his exact age. So he's around 12 to 13 years old now. But yeah, he's like very sweet, and does know that where he's living is like a safe place for him now. So one of his things he does, and this has happened on multiple occasions, and part of the reason why I have the door open for the stray is that there are, because where I live there is a bit of bush and stuff around me, there are a few feral cats that live around here, or stray cats. So there are a couple of them around, and yeah, we can't catch them. They're completely feral. There's not many of them. There's probably about 3. It looks like they're all boys, because there hasn't been any more. There's just been the 3 of them. But Shadow has a tendency to find them and bring them home. Be like, you can come here and have a good feed, because my mum will feed me good. So that's how we ended up with a stray called Piggy Wiggy, who used to come and visit us a lot. We were jokingly calling him Knight, but then, yeah, he became Piggy Wiggy because he used to just eat so much. But Piggy Wiggy was the spitting twin of Shadow, right down to the markings under his neck. Was like a little baby version of Shadow. So we fed Piggy Wiggy for a couple of years, and then unfortunately Piggy Wiggy got hurt. And so there was December last year, there was a whole bunch of streams where I had to keep an ear out because we were trying to catch Piggy Wiggy in a cage, and it took us several weeks to try and catch Piggy Wiggy because you couldn't touch him. But he was a very sweet little cat who would come in for a feed, and he would even settle down on like a blanket or something. You just could not touch him. But we did eventually manage to catch him. We got him to the SPCA, and we fully surrendered him as a stray because, you know, he was a stray. And they fixed him up, and they actually managed to socialize him. And then he went on the SPCA website. They nicknamed him Lion, which I thought was just the cutest name because he was so cowardly. Like, for people, he was so afraid of people. So yeah, they called him Lion, and he did get adopted out. So he's got a good little home. So there's another stray that we've been feeding for a couple of years again as well, who's this beautiful tabby cat. You cannot go near him. He's petrified of me. Like, if I walk down the hall, he bolts out the door. He's just freaked out. Yeah, they named him for the Cowardly Lion in Wizard of Oz because he's so freaked out by people. So it's such a cute name for Piggy Wiggy. Knowing, like, as soon as I saw Lion, I was like, yeah, that's Piggy Wiggy. Like, as soon as I saw it, I was like, I know that's Piggy Wiggy. But I was just glad that they did manage to heal him, because I'm pretty sure he broke his back leg. But then also socialize him. They did have him up as a cat that needed to be in a quiet, gentle home. So he was still, you know, a little skitterish, but they said, as long as you're gentle with me, I will be very loving, which is very true. As long with Piggy Wiggy / Lion. We couldn't touch him, but he would come and rub up against us. We were not allowed to touch him, though. That was the thing. So it was very sweet. But yeah, it was very good. We did manage to catch him. Yeah. Shadow helped with catching him. Shadow did help a little bit. Shadow also got very protective because there were a couple times where we almost got Piggy Wiggy in the cage, but the cage wouldn't go off for one reason or another. Or there was one time where I did manage to catch him, but then we couldn't get him into the cage before he bounced off because he kind of put his claws on the side and then just leaped. But of course he's screaming bloody murder as we're doing this, and so Shadow comes in and starts trying to attack Piggy Wiggy because Piggy Wiggy's trying to attack us and Shadow's trying to protect us. So there was a couple incidents like that where we were like, no. Honestly, it was chaos trying to catch that cat, so at least it's done. And like I said, Piggy Wiggy's got a good new home, and it's very good to see. Yeah. But yeah, so we've got currently one stray that we feed, and then occasionally Shadow will go and you'll see him around some of the other neighborhood cats and hanging out and socializing. Sometimes I'll go for a little bit of a walk and he'll follow me about halfway down the street. So he'll visit the cats about halfway down the street and that's it. But for the most part, he just likes chilling out at home and vibing at home. But yeah, it's very cute. But yeah, it is, as I said, Shadow is about 12 or 13, so he is getting on in age. Most cats are between 16 and 20 years. Both Tinker and JB managed to get to 18, so we've still got a few years with Shadow, but once Shadow passes, Mum has stated that she doesn't actually want to have any more cats because of her allergy, as much as she loves cats. We'll see. I would love to have more cats, but yeah, also allergy and the cost of feeding them and stuff like that. Like, they're not cheap, but they are lovely. But yeah, I was joking about wanting to... There's this gorgeous little kitty called Tilly. There's a op shop around here that deals with... is like an animal rescue opportunity shop or charity shop. And the shop workers also foster. And so they'll have, like, whoever's on will also bring in one of the animals. And they have, like, cages in the store. And you can adopt these animals because they're fostering them. But they rescue and then foster, like, kittens and stuff like that. And then they adopt out the kittens. And so when we went in there, they had this gorgeous little black kitty called Tilly, who was 10 weeks old. She's so tiny and so cute. And it was just like, oh my gosh, I want a kitty. We did not get the kitty, but I wanted the kitty. My tabby went up to 17. Is it the saliva or the fur that she's allergic to? So it's the fur, but it's also the skin dust. The epithelial cells, like the actual skin of cats. So even like a hairless cat, she would still be allergic to. The other thing is that cats also carry grasses on their fur, if they're outdoor cats, which our cats always are. And she's also allergic to grasses. So it's like triple. Yeah, dander, that's the word. Thank you, Michelle. That's the word I'm looking for. Dander. Yeah, she's allergic to cat dander. Like severe allergic reactions. Not like EpiPen allergic, but definitely very, very allergic. This page is from Beauty and the Beast, correct? It is indeed. It is. Let me pull up the original. It is this painting here that we're colouring. We're working on that sky right now. But yes, it is the Beauty and the Beast page. Which I love. Yeah. My sister was allergic and she got a kitty and she's able to adapt to him. Now it's her baby. Yeah. As long as Shadow, like, Shadow doesn't go in Mum's room. And as I said, I try to be the one that touches Shadow. Like, when he needs flea treatments and stuff like that, I'm the one that touches him and administers them. So she doesn't actually have to physically touch. But cats still leave, like, cat dander around and stuff like that. So it's not a perfect solution. So she's still definitely getting some allergics. Yeah. I believe I have that book. Yeah, so we are working in the poster Disney Princess colouring book, the poster book one. So we've got the full screen, the full variant one. Let me zoom out. I imagine that this book would probably fall apart at some point. Like, it feels like this sort of thing, it will fall apart. Because it's basically just a colouring pad. But it's okay. I have a lot of books that fall apart. What's the base of the sky? The sky is Inktense, and then we did a layer of Albert Dürer, and now we're working in Polys, Prismas, Pablos, and paint pens. the 4 Ps. Oh. But yeah, I've got the original up here as well, because then we can look at, it's got some really good close-ups. So I thought this was quite a good reference to have up. But when we're doing all the little details and stuff like that, we've got some good references. So yeah, it won't look exact. We're not going to be perfectly replicating everything, but we can have some fun and see what we can produce, and yeah. So Just dotting in some paint pens. Good old fingers. A little bit of grey paint pen. And then I want a white. Oh. Let's bring that back down. It's just up in the corner as a reminder. Alright, so we got a bit lighter around here. So what I'm doing, because I know it's not very clear if you're not like looking right up at it. So one of the things that I'm doing is I'm using paint pen, and just sort of dotting in, and then while it's wet, using my finger, and it lightens what's there, but also spreads it around, and creates just a bit of texture and a bit of a highlight without it being like obvious paint dot highlight. Just subtly puts it out. So that's kind of what I'm doing with the paint pens, in case you're curious. Cassie! Hello, hello. Welcome in, lovely. Hope you're doing well today. We are working on another Thomas Kinkade. I believe you were here during the last one. This grey's a bit light for some of these areas, but when you sort of fold it out, it's not so bad. I'm doing a page in Mythographic Fairy Wonderland. It has the mother possum that has a unicorn horn. So she's a possum corn and her babies are on her bag. That looks so cool. It sounds so cool. I love Fairyland Wonderland. I think it's one of my favourite mythographics. It's such a beautiful mythographic. I almost pulled out a mythographic today. I knew that if I wanted to do something detailed, I wanted to either do Thomas Kinkade or I wanted to do a mythographic. And if I wanted to do something simple, we were going to do Camellia and Jacoba. So I at least had some feeling of what I was going to do for stream today. I just wasn't 100%. But then I was like, nah, I want to work on Thomas Kinkade. I also thought about Eerie, because I've got an idea for an Eerie page, but we've done a couple of Eerie's lately. I was like, nah, it's been a while since we've done a Thomas Kinkade, so even though this will probably take us all month, I mean, well, it's been nearly 3 hours, but we've gotten a bit of the sky done. We've still got a lot of sky to go, but it's not a race, so it'll take as long as it takes. I like that idea. It looks very soft. Yeah, I love using fingers to blend out paint pens, which probably isn't the best thing in the world, but you know, it's fun and very effective. That sky is looking amazing. Thank you. Got a long way to go. Long, long, long way. This is why we layer up all our different pencils. So different pencils have different effects and layer differently, and also have different colours. And then they also layer differently on top of paint pen too, so but the main thing is to build in lots of different textures and tones. I have a cat here in my mouth. Yeah. I have 3 mythographic books that haven't coloured anything in hidden objects. Same with the Kirby hidden objects. I don't mind the hidden objects. Sometimes it can be fun to work them in a way, and sometimes it's a challenge of hiding them. But I do understand it. I prefer the ones without the hidden objects. But it's still workable. Oh god, so many cat hairs. welcome back, Michelle. I finally started another page in Dark Fairy Tales yesterday, so we might work on that some more later. Excellent. I had such a run in Dark Fairy Tales, and then I haven't been back since. I was saying that to someone the other day. I was like, you know, it might have even been streamed the other day. Like, we did such a big run in Dark Fairy Tales, and then it's like, whoops, nope. But that's okay. That's sometimes how things go. I also got a lot of books. I have so many books. Back. The potato talk got me wanting potatoes. That's so valid. Potatoes are good. Same here. Yesterday was the first time I went back to it. Sometimes you just need to step away for a while, eh? I mean, I haven't been colouring much at the moment, and that's okay. Sometimes those things happen. Like, sometimes we just don't need to colour as much. Oh, itchy nose. I also think I might be slightly allergic to cats, because I do definitely get very itchy whenever Shadow rubs up against me. But again, I also really like cats, so... But yeah, now I just want to, like, scratch my face raw. And that happens every time Shadow cuddles up against me. Oh. Book you're at now? I'm guessing that's how many books are you at now? Do you know the time it will take to finish them all? I can find out for you. We did a couple of streams ago when I wasn't feeling great, and we just did the end of the month wrap-up stuff on stream. We did calculate it all out then because we added them to the list. Yeah, so there is 320 books now. And it is 36.06 years worth of colouring to complete. And that's up from previous, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, I think previously it was... Yeah. It's verging on 37 years. 36.6. So basically 37 years to complete. It's basically, it's up a lot. But also, it's fine. Like, you know. It's what it is. And I happen to know that there are some more books coming. So, it's just going to go up anyway. Yeah, clearly I'm counting future Happy Mail. Exactly. Yeah. Amy the Everlasting Colorist. Well, also, like, that's an average. So, like, this book has 16 pages, but these pages are going to take so much longer compared to Camellia and Jacova's mythical minis. You know, that one's going to be quick. So, yeah. I went through all my art supplies. I found gel pen markers and paint pens I completely forgot about that are untouched. Well, you found them, so that's the main thing. You're just saving them for the future. Just saving them for the future. This is fine. It is fine. At the end of the day, like, it also, I love flicking through the collection, and I love sort of checking out all the different books, and, you know, it just makes me happy to flip the books. Like, I know a lot of people who have the Thomas Kinkade book who are just like, I can't colour in it. And that's perfectly fine. Like, if you just want the Thomas Kinkade book to flick through, like, it's a beautiful book. Like, having this book just to look at the art, super valid. Nothing wrong with having it just to flick through and just to look at, because it's beautiful. So, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Okay. I'm struggling to feel my hands. So we are going to take another little break here. I'm just going to do a quick stretch. I'm going to close the front door. It looks like it's going to start raining soon and the temperature is like plummeting, so I can feel that iciness. So yeah, we'll take this opportunity to have a little bit of a break. I'll do a little bit of stretch, might go back to the bathroom, check up on all the cats, and yeah, do some self-care, and we'll be back in a few minutes. So look after yourself and we'll see you all shortly. Yay! Oh my goodness, it's cold. Actually, maybe I should grab a blankie. Alright, 2 seconds. Let me just grab a blankie. Okay, tip 2. Okay. And that one. Okay, sorry. That took. Ugh. So I went out and Stray had eaten all the food and was actually just curled up on the deck, bolted as soon as I went out there, so he's happy and content. But that was also why Shadow was being annoying, because now there was no food out there. And so I just cleaned everything up because Shadow wasn't in the house, but then when I went back out to get the blanket, Shadow was waiting by the door to come in, so I've let him in. Which means I then had to put down some more food for him. So he's now eating food. I have a blanket. Oh, now we're just going to try and keep warm, because holy moly, can I feel an ice in the air. Like, they did warn it was going to drop in temperature this afternoon, but oh, it is dropping. And the internet says it's gone up 2 degrees. No, it is not. No, it is not. I don't know where you're getting the temperature from, internet, but you are wrong. It has dropped in temperature. I love, love, love my prisoners, but when I sit at the kitchen table, the bloom is aggravating me. Any tips except a new lamp? There is. You can use a, like, tissue, wrap it around your finger and use that to sort of buff the surface to remove some of the bloom, but the bloom can just come back again as well. It is part of the side effect of Prismacolors, unfortunately. Particularly if they're burnished, you're going to get a lot of bloom. It is so icy. I'm cold looking at you, Amy. I'm sorry. It is like, it snaps to ice. I'm pretty sure it must be snowing up on the mountain. That's what it feels like. When it's like this, it feels like it's snowing on the mountain. Welcome back, Michelle. And that's quite alright. We just took a little break while I was dealing with the cats anyway, so... That's awesome, Perfection. I hope you get there, but also it's understandable if you don't, because, you know, you've been ill. But it's awesome that you got as much done as you got done. Honestly, if it gets even a little bit more colder, I might actually put the heater on. Just make sure this room's as closed up as possible. I can't properly close the door because of the internet cable. So I can't properly close the door, but I can partially close the door. And then get the heater going. Get a little bit of air through. Heat through. Yeah. I need to send you a heated blanket. No, I'm all good. I've got my blanket hoodie on. I've got a fluffy pajama top on. I've got track pants over tights. I'm wearing 2 layers of pants. Fluffy socks, and I've got a woolen blanket over my legs right now, because that was the part that was getting the coldest, was my legs. So, but my hands are also starting to feel very icy. So I'm like, maybe I should be wearing gloves. I don't even know where my gloves are. Oh look, my gloves are right here. I say that, my gloves are right beside me. I don't often wear gloves, but maybe we'll try it. Yeah, I think the temperature dropped here too. My ankles are hating it, especially when I broke some years ago. Yeah, it's definitely something about the cold in your bones. Like, you feel it. You feel the difference. I feel it in my joints when it's super cold. Yeah, you need to send you a heated blanket. Well, I'm actually working on, like, I've got a woolen blanket around me at the moment, but I've also, like, I haven't been colouring, but I've been doing a bunch of crochet again lately, and I've been working on crocheting myself a little lap blanket, because I do need, like, a little lap blanket to go around my legs, because my blanket hoodies will keep me quite warm, but then my legs will get cold because there's nothing warm over my legs. So yeah, I've just been working on a little bit of one of those at the moment. It's going well. I've been doing corner to corner, and yesterday one of the reasons we went out was because I realized that I needed just a couple more skeins because I wanted to make it just a little bit bigger. So we went and picked up some more yarn when we went out. So because I'm doing corner to corner, I'm now on decreases. If you give me, I'll switch to that. It's nothing like too complicated because it's just a corner to corner. But it'll be a good little black blankie. I've got some solid purple to go around the edge of the border, but you can kind of see the size of it will be a good little black blanket size. So it's like one edge of it, and then when I add a little bit of a border around it, it'll be quite good. But yeah, when you're working corner to corner, you're kind of working in a triangle, and I'm just starting to get to the decrease side. So we're starting to decrease and make straight edges. So yeah, that's been I haven't been doing much colouring, but I've been crocheting. I've been enjoying it. It's been a long time since I've crocheted. And yes, it would have been cheaper to buy a pre-made blanket, but I've had the fun of making it. Oh, that's so pretty. Thank you. I'm happy for once to be on my side of the globe. Summer is upon us. It's raining here. Yeah. Oh, these gloves smell. They need to go in a wash. I don't know if they smell funky. I don't like the smell. As warm as they might be keeping my hands, I don't like the smell. Luckily my hands don't smell like it now. Already put the heater on. I'm not made for the cold. Fair enough, perfection. Funnily enough, the internet also insists the temperature is a couple of degrees warmer here. Yeah, I don't know what. The internet's saying here it's 10 degrees, and I'm like, it's dropped. It's dropped. It's not warmer. It could just be that there's more chill in the air, though. Oh, good recommendation from Smalt Stardust. I've seen that a hairdryer can mount the wax spoon and clear the haze. So there you go. That might work. Ah, yeah, Stardust has seen it. Thank you. Getting a hairdryer at the moment? Fantastic. Fingers crossed it works for you. Yeah, I think that's why the finger and the napkin technique works too, because it's the heat of your finger, so that would make sense, and a hairdryer is much more easier. It took so long to get warm this year, I caught myself complaining about the humidity the other day. Yeah. At the end of the day, there's no such thing as a perfect temperature because, you know, countries change temperature, and what one person finds, you know, perfect, one person will find too warm and one person will find too cold. So there's no perfect temperature, but I wish things would be temperate for everyone all the time, except they can't be, because then we would lose the seasons and it would just ruin quite a few different things. So, you know, the seasons are there for a reason. As much as it might be nice to, like, be perfectly temperate all the time, if we didn't have winter, there wouldn't be certain winter things. I don't know what... Oh, you see, fruit and veggies are winter, but... That is a very loud meow. I gave you food. You are inside the house. Are you meowing like that because you want the heater on, Shadow? Is this the problem? Are you demanding more warmth? Right? Oh my god, your breath smells like cat food. Oh, you've been eating. Oh, cat food smells. Frozen is so good though. Olaf is just a good character. I mean, I'm a little biased towards Frozen because I do like Idina Menzel, so excellent. Do you want up? Is that what you want? Do you want uppies or you just want attention? You just want attention. No yawning. Well, we haven't been yawning too much, so the little walkies has helped. The reason I dislike the cold is that I hate all the layers. I just want to live in cargo short and tank top all years round. That's valid, Yana. That's Yana. But very, I was about to say that's Yana. That's very valid. Like, there are times when it's like so cold, but I don't want to be wearing a blanket hoodie because it's just too much. But I have to because I'm too cold. Let's pick up the keyboard so you don't try to do things again on the keyboard. Because you were trying to type messages before. I wonder if I have like a really pale blue paint pen. What are you like? You're very much sky blue. Blue? Maybe. Alright, I'll pull those out just in case. This looks like. Yeah, you're still quite bright blue. You will work for some areas, but you won't work for all areas. He's given up. Please don't fall asleep on my bed. Top of all my freshly cleaned clothes I've just dumped on the bed. that was really a dumb choice. Okay, we can work over it. So at least with paint pen, it gives you basically a new starting layer. You can layer on top of the paint pen. Hello, you're back again. Where are you? Do you want up? Is that what you want? You want up? Or you're just gonna keep exploring? Come on, if you want up, you know how to get up. You're gonna make me do all the work. Oh, gonna make me do all the work today. There you go. Is this what you want? Or do you want to go back outside? You gonna settle down? Can't go on the desk. You can't go on the desk. He's very much like, why don't you leave me on the desk? Can't be on the desk, you drool. That is not where you can sit, Shadow. We've talked about this. You're not allowed on the desk while I'm doing the arts. He's just like trying to overtake the page now. Like, this is what's going on. It's his picture now. He wants to contribute to the arts. Well, I'd rather he didn't contribute to the arts. You're not allowed on there. You know this. Come on. Come on off the art. Oh. You know you're not allowed on there. You know where you sit. He gets to contribute, Small. His fur is in basically every page I colour. Basically everything I colour has his fur in one way or another. Just in time for the shadow show, yeah, he's been quite clingy today. Wondering if maybe he wants to go out again. You go out, you're staying out. I'm not getting back up and down for you. And it's going to rain soon, so you're going to be really pissed off if you're outside. Yeah, it is. He wants to leave his mark. Well, the thing is like, I would let him just sit there while I did the art, except he drools. He's a drooly cat, and because he's a drooly cat, he drools onto the artwork, and it's, yeah. But he might have settled. You gonna settle? You gonna settle? Wet nose books. Yeah, looks like he's settling down now. Alright. See if we can get some colouring done. But yes, welcome back, Winter. Hope you had a good time. Don't mind him being on my shoulder because he's actually quite warm. Which is probably why he's also being extra clingy, is that he's just cold. This is probably all we're gonna do today, is this guy, because this guy is a lot. But it's getting there. It's a lot of layers. Click my attribute. Yeah, my cat's drool. Oh my god. Yeah, first I would have to like, gross. Gross. Sorry. I don't want to start yawning. Alright, I just realised we're still really zoomed out as well. Let me just correct that. So zoomed you right out. Shadow. Getting a sleepy see now. I'll probably go now. Have a quiet afternoon. Wrapped up in a billion layers of clothing. Oh, good chai. Yeah, I'm probably going to have a nap this afternoon and enjoy every minute of it because I'll be cuddled up in bed. There's something so satisfying about a nap when you're all cuddled up in bed. It's cold. Thank you so much for being here, Chai. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Stay warm. Excuse excuse me. Let's take this shadow nap. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I have no reason to be this sleepy. He's doing his little cat purrs. It's so cute. Wish Mike would pick it up. I pause that. Hopefully the mic picked that up. I tried the hairdryer, but it rubs the colours all over when I tried to remove the wax. Aww. Cold makes you sleepy, plus you have a cuddle muffin. Cuddle muffin. Aww. Yeah. He has a bit of a cuddle muffin. That was purring, so it did pick it up. Fantastic. It looked like it was picking it up, but I wasn't 100% sure. Yeah, he is. He's doing sleepy poos. Sometimes when he's like that, I'll just put him on my bed and then go sleep on my bed. But my bed is covered in washing right now, so doesn't help. Great nose, but ugh. It's okay, Winter. Sometimes things happen and you need to take a little bit of a break. Light stuff. And when you're ready and capable to come back, we'll be waiting. But there's no pressure. Still here just in the shadows. Exactly. Well, that's how it is. Sometimes you do have to just take little breaks and stuff too. Again, I've been saying that this month I've barely been colouring for me because I just haven't felt like up to it. I haven't felt in the zone to colour. Sometimes you need a little break. That's why I've been doing crochet, because I just wanted to do something else. But I've also been playing video games. Yeah. Oh my gosh, sorry. Oh, cannot stop yawning. Good morning, Roslyn. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Oh, yeah, editing. I hate editing. I still haven't filmed completed pages. We'll get there. I'm gonna do that yesterday, and it did not happen yesterday. It's like, that's okay. It'll happen. I actually don't mind if completed pages. Like, I used to be like, first of the month, completed pages up. But now I'm like, man, it's okay if it's a bit later, because you get such a surge of them at the start of the month that sometimes it's nicer to have one pop up a bit later on. It's like, oh yeah, someone's completed pages. So I don't mind if some completed pages are later, you know? I don't mind if I film mine a bit later as well. New return, shadow cuddles. Yeah, we got shadow cuddles going on. He's a sleepy boy. He wants cuddles. I think he's also a cold boy. Oh, when I do, for example, completed pages, I will, you know, be showing a page, but then if I do an area where I muck up or I know I want to cut something out, I will clap directly into my microphone because it peaks it, and then I'll start again that section and, you know, carry on from there. But then when I go to edit it, all I have to do is like display the sound waveforms, and I can look for those peaks, and it's like I know that's an editing notion. So I just go in there and cut out what I need to cut out. I do miss sometimes, because sometimes I don't clap but yeah, sometimes I don't even like fully watch back my videos. I just cut out the obvious editing parts from the start and the end, slap it out, and it's like done. Because I'm like, I just don't want to edit. Editing is the worst. But then, like, with completed pages, I like to, like, you got to show, you know, your buddy colors, and you want to put in details of where to find everybody, and, like, there's a little bit more that goes into completed pages than just, here you go, cut, chuck it out, done. But that's why I'll never be a professional YouTuber, because I ain't got the energy or the desire to sit there and do things perfectly, but I also feel like sometimes it's too robotic and static, where you can tell people are doing like perfect takes, and like there are some videos that have like really high production quality and they're amazing, and I'm like, wow, you've obviously spent ages doing all the editing and stuff to this. But I don't know, there's something like most of the coloring community's videos are very like not fancily edited, and I kind of like that. I like the earnestness of it, if that makes sense. Like, it doesn't feel like I'm watching a high, like a lot of, let me start this. Not a lot of, but you know, there is this thing on YouTube about this high certain level of production and certain quality and all these editing things. And it's lovely to see, and it does make for some really good quality high videos that are great to watch. And like, if I'm watching content about anything else, they're wonderful to watch. But then when it comes to the colouring community, I really like just, you know, somebody's at their kitchen table and maybe the lighting's not perfect and the camera's at a slight odd angle, but it just feels really honest and earnest, and something about that just really appeals to me. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. Like, I just really like, yeah, it just feels more like it's just me on the counter colouring and here's what I do, and there's something about that that's quite lovely. Yeah, like when we have some later, winter, make it hard on yourself. No, it's actually a really great idea. I've been looking for a way to alert myself to places when I have to edit something. Yeah, absolutely. Winter, take the clap. Do let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that. Did not mean that. Using a loud sound like a clap is a very easy way to... Dear God. I'm losing the plot. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. So yes, for anyone that missed what I was saying, hi Mandy, also welcome in, what a time to come in. We're talking about editing videos for the colouring community. One of the things that I do, because I hate editing like a lot of people, I don't want to spend time editing, is to alert myself when there's something that I need to cut out. If I make a mistake, I will stop, I will clap right in front of my microphone, which will cause my microphone to peak. And when I look at my video to edit, I can look at the sound and it'll be talking, peak. And that alerts me, hey, there's something here I need to check out. I will do the same thing if I need to insert an image of somebody's buddy colour, or like tag somebody, or anything as like a, hey, here's where to go to. So I use that as like a visual cue. Yeah. Yeah. So it's just for me it makes it way easier, and it really speeds up my process because I don't necessarily have to rewatch the whole video. Keeping in mind that sometimes, like, my completed pages have a tendency to be an hour to 2 hours. Some of my videos are 2 to 3 hours. And now Winter sometimes has that as well, also produces very long videos. So going back and watching minute by minute and editing minute by minute is just exhausting. And I know technically I should be sitting there and editing every single minute, but I don't. And I do miss some of my little peaks. Like sometimes I forget to clap, or sometimes I forget to alert myself that I need to go in there and edit something, or I'll forget to put an image in. But that's also part of it, and that's, I think, one of the reasons why I enjoy the colouring community's videos, because as I was saying, there is like a low-key authenticity to a lot of the colouring videos. Like, again, there are some beautiful high production videos out there, and if you enjoy it and you want to do that, you want to put out a certain quality of video, understandable, do it. But I also very much just appreciate somebody with their iPhone holding it up and just filming at the kitchen table, because that's all they have to do, because they want to share and be a part of the community. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. Maybe needs a nap time. Yeah. This is actually so smart. I need to start doing that. Yeah. It's I don't know why. I don't know if I heard someone else was doing it, or if it was just something I realised, but because I look at the waveform anyway, because it would show me the gaps of where I haven't talked for 10 minutes, or, you know, something's happened, I haven't talked, it shows me where I don't make sound. It was like, well, hang on, I could do the opposite and peak it to be like, hey, you need to look at your toe. So yeah. I like the authenticity too. I don't actually edit that much, but even minimal editing can be weirdly taxing. Yeah. It absolutely can be. Sorry, we just need to skip this album, because this is a Christmas album. We only play that one during December. I like the long videos. Ramble away. Yeah. We love all the rambles. Yeah. When you're ready to come back, Winter, looking forward to it. But again, no pressure at all. You know, you gotta live your life, and I'm so excited for you and your job, and that it's going well. But yeah, it takes a lot, especially when you're learning a new job. So take all the time you need. Sometimes I love the feeling of hanging out with a friend while watching videos. I don't always want to be watching a 4K mini movie. Yeah. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with a 4K mini movie. Sometimes they're fantastic, but I know, it feels more like then I'm watching like production rather than a person. I think that's the difference, is that it feels more like, hey, you're, as you say, hanging out with a friend, versus this is a production team. So yeah. Yeah, very much a difference. And that's why I also, because sometimes I look at my videos, I'm like, I should do more of this or more of this, and then I'm like, nah. End of the day, it's what I like to watch, so as long as I'm putting out what I would watch, it's fine by me. It's not about trying to be a YouTuber, it's not about trying to do anything fancy, it's just about being like, hey, cool, here's everything I coloured in the month, what did you guys colour? Let me see what you coloured. And then occasionally we do other videos. Occasionally. That's why I draw these streams. We do all the things. Colouring spreadsheet update. Colouring, chatting, Tim Tam Slams. Exactly. Cat cuddles. Cat chaos. Food. A lot of food. Grocery shopping too. Yeah, we do. We do grocery shopping. If I could find a way to stream to both YouTube and Twitch at the same time from my phone, which there is technically a way if I use a thing to send phone data to my computer and then use OBS to output it to both you guys. So technically there's a way. Then I could take my phone and take you around Taranaki as well. But it's a little bit more work. But that would be fun to do too, especially for like Matariki, to take you down to the Matariki festival. But also my phone camera is really atrocious and has a bit of a crack in it, so I should, in theory, I mean, I've been meaning to upgrade my phone for ages. We've talked about this. I've been meaning to upgrade my phone, and I really do need to upgrade my phone. It'd be cool to take you to the Matariki Night Festival. It's always amazing. Kate's Colouring Haven? Yeah, Kate is lovely. Kate's Colouring Haven. There's so many lovely, lovely places to hang out. I always end up, like, Candace is always a delight to just hang out and watch. Even if she's flipping a book that I already own and have flipped many times and don't need to see again, it's still a delight to go and watch her flip a book. Can we stream or do videos without a computer, like on an iPad? I believe you can. There are people who do stream directly from their phones or from their iPads. I am not... I'm very used to streaming from a computer, which requires different software. But I believe through the YouTube app, and it's done the same as if you were using the YouTube on your mobile, there is definitely ways to do it. Yeah, like I said, myself, I don't do it on my phone, so I don't know 100% how to do it via phone or device, but there is definitely ways. Candace ate so much sugar in her last video, I was concerned she'd be up for days. I know, I was watching it, I was like, I've got to get you some Tim Tams and some Whitakers. Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of phones are like fantastic for streaming as well. Oh, what's that for? Hey? Oh, okay. You might need to go out. 2 seconds. That was some very noisy meows all of a sudden. Okay. Right, press the right buttons, Amy. Yes, he did want to go out. That was very much oh, I need to go to the bathroom now. Meow. Yeah, so phones or iPads, definitely a way to do it. Yeah, if you don't want to, exactly as Cassie says, if you don't want to invest in stuff, which is a great option, because live streaming, like I enjoy live streaming. It can take a hot minute to get used to it. It's you almost have to be on all the time. You don't have to be, but there is like a certain amount of interaction. You have to be very comfortable to talk to yourself all the time and be able to talk when, you know, there's not a lot necessarily popping in chat. Now I have always set up my streams to be a little bit more on the chiller side, so I don't have to be yap all the time, because that's not me. I'm not someone who's yap all the time, but there is sort of a comfortableness that you find along the way. The things with phone streaming are a lot of like my layout, things like this. This is all done through a specific software on my computer, a broadcasting software. Now it's possible you could have some scenes via phone, but I think it's quite difficult to set up from memory and quite taxing on the phone. A lot of the time people are just going live directly off the phone, which again, nothing wrong with that. At the end of the day, as long as you can see what people are colouring or what they're doing, that's the job. Yeah, you can definitely use your phone to stream to Instagram and TikTok. And then the other thing as well is, if you use your phone or your iPad to be streaming, you need to have another way to be reading chat, because your device is going to be, you know, filming you. So you need a way to read the chat and to monitor what's happening on stream. So you do kind of need like a phone and an iPad, or, you know, you need a device to be recording, but you need a device to be reading chat, because if your device is up here recording down here, you're not going to be able to read the chat that's on there. So yeah, I use a computer, but when I first started streaming, like, phone streaming wasn't really a thing. Like, some phones were definitely capable of it, but most people didn't stream off phones back then, because again, I've been streaming for 10 years. So definitely streaming off computer is how I learned and grew. So I use OBS, or Open Broadcast Software. And so I use OBS, which captures video from my webcam, as well as this overlay and a few other things, and puts it all together in a certain layout that I've set up, and then takes that video and puts it out. And then because of certain things I've set up, it puts that video out to both Twitch and YouTube. Which is another thing with phone, is that you can only stream on one platform. So you would be able to multi-stream like I do. Yeah. Got 112 subscribers within a year. That's awesome. Well done, perfection. Yeah, you can definitely make videos a lot easier on one device. And I know a lot of people that film their videos using either like a phone or an iPad. For example, Shell's Colouring Journey, I know she definitely uses a phone. Because there's been multiple times I've watched her video and then she's talked about having to stop to take the videos off her phone so that she can record more. So that's the other thing as well, is that you need to have a lot of space on your device if you're going to use your device to record. Or have somewhere to put off. You can also completely record on a device, and you can also edit on a device. There are some like applications for editing on devices. I've heard good things about, I believe it's VLLO is a on-phone application editor. If you are iPhone probably comes with a good video editor. Same with iPad. Yeah. So you don't have to, like, you can record and then edit on device as well. Yeah. At the end of the day, there's no right or wrong way to do these things. There's just the way that works for you. And I'm a big fan of using what you already have and not trying to go out and invest in, like, a brand new webcam, a brand new this, a brand new that. Like, work with what you've got, make sure you like it, and then if you like it, then you can start upgrading from there. I started with a real shite webcam and a horrible mic that was so crackly and awful, and that's how I started making videos way back in the day and streaming way back in the day, because again, I've also been making videos for 10 years technically, and that's how I started. And then over time I slowly upgraded cameras and webcams and mics. It's about time I actually upgrade my mic again, because my mic is starting to go out of me a bit. It's mostly because Shadow keeps on rubbing his neck against it. I'm pretty sure he's ruined part of the cords in there. But yeah, just slowly and surely building up those supplies, because technology also always increases and changes as well. So Procreate can edit videos? I don't know. Procreate is a photo editor, isn't it? Not a video editor. I don't know what the iPad editing video editor is. Is it just like iVideo or something? I don't know. Again, I don't own Apple, so but I use, what do I use? I use like a free program. Simple, but it does the job. OpenShot Video Editor is what I use. It's simple and straightforward. It's basically a very basic video editor. Yeah. iMovie, that's it. Okay, Macs. Okay, so it's Macs that come with iMovies. Okay. Yeah, I know a lot of people with Apple who use iMovie. Yeah. So that might work on iPad as well. And yeah, it's just making sure you've got enough room to store your video raw footage. Yeah. Procreate can make speed paints if I remember right, but you can't edit them in Procreate. You have to move the file to a video editing software. Oh, right, yeah, because Procreate is what you use to sketch in. Yeah. Yeah. When I learned I didn't have to talk or show my face, it made me more comfortable trying to start posting last year. Heck yeah. And that's how it works for you, and that's the right way for you then. Like, there's no right or wrong way to stream or make videos except for how it makes you feel comfortable. So yeah. There's a lot of people out there who don't show their face. There's, you know, a lot of people out there who use like talk to text now, because that's a lot more common, or just talk. Hey, it's great. You don't have to show yourself these days. If I was starting over again, I would probably start, like, I don't mind the face cam, but again, it's been 10 years and I'm very used to the face cam. I would probably start again without a face cam, and make like a cute little critter and make that sort of like a VTuber or something, like a PNG tuber, like when we used to have water set up to the bouncing pencil, just because it's fun. Like, I'm me all the time. Let me be a character. That would be the whole reason, just be a character. Yeah. Like that potato that made... Yeah. There's a lot of people out there that do the VTubing as well. Which is a neat idea. And fun. It's fun to see. Again, it would just be fun to come up with characters and stuff like that. But that also relates to like D&D and being interested in character creation from that and TTRPGs and all that sort of stuff. Alright, I'm liking how the clouds are going down here now that we've removed some of these like really harsh lines and sort of made it a little bit more speckled. I like how it's progressing. You're gonna bring in a bit of brighter purple around here. My granulating guns I Tambia in New Jersey. That means they're a few days away from me. Exciting, Smolt! That's exciting. Oh. Mum, is that you? Nah, someone else entirely. Hit the front door, I was like, oh, Mum must be home already. Alright, so we need to bring a bit more grey over here. And start bringing in some of the darker grey. Oh, 2 seconds, let me go and catch up with Mum. Thank you. Sorry, forgot to hit mute. My apologies. Thank you so much for letting me know I hadn't unmuted. I thought I had, but I obviously have not. We should be unmuted now. It happens. Professional streamer here, you know. The most unprofessional professional. It happens, and it'll happen again, and it'll happen multiple times. It's one of those things that's kind of like a stream rite of passage, forgetting to unmute your mic, forgetting to mute your mic. Drawing, like, being out of frame on the camera, that happens a lot. Oh, that mandarin is so cold. It's like eating orange juice directly from the fridge. Which is good, but it's also like a lot of my teeth. Sensitive teeth. But it is delicious. I'm back with chips and Mars flavored milk. French fries and chips and... Yeah, so French fries. The drink is Mars flavored. I'm guessing you mean Mars bar, like the chocolate bar. I'm also not sure what Mars flavored. The only thing I can think of Mars is Mars bar. Chips could refer to French fries. It could also refer to potato chips. I'm tempted to make a coffee just to hold something warm. Yeah, I would as well if I had not made so much coffee this morning. Yeah. Look forward to your stream. I feel like I'm coloring French. It's just so refreshing and good for the mood. I'm glad, Stardust. I'm glad that y'all can be here and enjoy. I almost didn't stream this morning because I was like running so late and I was so cold. I just kind of wanted to stay in bed, but I'm glad I did get up. But yeah, for a while there I was just like, oh, I just want to stay in bed. It's so warm. Yes, Mars bar flavored milk. Ah, there we go. And it is potato chips. There we go. Yeah. Mars bar flavored milk actually sounds really good. Not that I drink milk, but it does sound good. Colouring so get quiet. Michelle, that's all good. We've got quite a few people that do the lurk while they colour. It's quite alright. You're welcome to chat, but if you also just like it as background noise, as like a, you know, productivity, co-working, buddy situation, that's all good too. Just appreciate you being here. Enjoy. Could have a herbal tea. I could, except I don't really want more fluid. You know, when you've had like a full belly of fluid. I don't really need like any water or anything right now, or like, because I just had that rest of that mandarin. But I'm alright. So it's like, we're good. It would be literally just to hold. Nope. Went a bit hard there, but that's okay. I'm going to bring you in a bit. Only had the ones here? Yeah. The cosmic colour is unavailable on Amazon US at the moment. That's all good. Does Australia and New Zealand not call them crisps? No, that is a UK thing. But we call them chips here. Even though we do have a lot of UK influence, we still call them chips here. But then we also, like, hot chips. You sometimes call them hot chips. You sometimes just say, we'll go and get some chips. And you're referring to hot chips or French fries. And then these chips, which are potato chips. And then these, yeah, we use it for a lot of things. We really, like, it would be better to say, like, potato chips and hot chips. But then potato chips is also hot chips because hot chips are made of potato. Like, so yeah, we just call them all chips. You just kind of know which one people are talking about. Like, yeah. Yeah. They're like, chips or chips. Yeah, they're pretty much chips or chips here in New Zealand too. Everything is a chip. Exactly. It's so interesting to see you layering all the things. Yeah, you can layer a lot, and it provides like a lot of different effects and different tones, and you know, there's a lot of colors in these clouds. I mean, this is what we're working on, and you can see just how many different tones are in the sky area here. Like, we've got a lot of different tones and textures to bring in, so it's a lot of layering. I do like how it is progressing. And like, again, it's not identical, but we're not going for perfectly identical. We're just going for of the same universe. And I think we're getting there. But yeah, a mixture of different paint pens, different pencils, and sometimes we put the paint pens on top, sometimes we work on top of the paint pens. Just lots of playing and layering and seeing how things are. It's a Doctor Who song. I was able to order the Cosmic set through Amazon US but fulfilled by Amazon Japan. I don't know when I'll get them though. Fingers crossed soon. Fingers crossed soon, Small. Yeah, Ginger Island. Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, the golden nuts are a while. Definitely watch a video. It's a lot. It's a lot, but it is very satisfying when you do get that room open and then you can start working on perfection. It's been a while since I've played on my perfection farm actually. Maybe I should do that later on. Alright, I think we're getting to the end of needing so much purple. We might put a little bit up here, but I think this part's getting there. We've definitely got our grey smokiness in there. So, I think we can actually bring in a little bit of lightness in here. It's not the right blue. I don't have the correct blue, so we're going to have to white and layer this. Keeping in mind around there is also getting a bit chewed up. Yeah, my iron brain confirming. It's a long project, but so with the effort and dedication, yeah, this is not a quick project. I know last time when we did the Rapunzel page, that took us quite a while, and this is essentially double the size and with a lot more detail, so we'll probably have some streams that we work on this, and then some streams we'll probably take a bit of a break. I might even do some bits off stream, because it's going to take a while. I'll see how I feel though. Again, I haven't actually been colouring out a stream at the moment. I just haven't been in the mood for it. It's okay. Sometimes you just need a little break from certain things. There is a little bit of like brighter blue in there, so that's kind of alright. And then we want to bring in a little bit of a highlight area, drag that up a bit. You colour what you want when you want. I pretty much do. We'll be here regardless, but I'm glad. Because that's pretty much what I do anyway. Just like, I'm doing this today. But, you know, that's how it goes. Because that's what I'm in the mood for, so that's what we'll colour that day. Okay. It's looking good, but now we need to bring in some more pencil. I really like the colouring housekeeping stream. I'm glad. That was like, I know it was a bit of a random stream, but again, I wouldn't have streamed if I didn't have done that, and I needed to get it done, and then we got it done. So sometimes there will be random streams. I also have I have some other things that one day, like, I'd like to do on stream. Like, I've got a little DIY building, like miniature building thing that I was going to build on stream. The little flower shop kit. And I've got some other stuff as well that I was going to work on stream one day. We haven't quite managed. Right. So we're working some Payne's Grey in here. And then we're going to take our blue, which will be a bit too light, but that's okay. Merging with the dark Payne's Grey, it'll be appropriate. And it'll get rid of that big line that's there. And then we can cover up. All my buddies are on hold at the moment since I coloured one. All same people time one understands. I think most people do when it comes to buddies. Like, we all need breaks. We all need to step away and have moments. And like, I'll be having. I'll probably like, there'll be breaks coming up for me. Yeah, you know, you need to have breaks sometimes, and that's okay. And life happens and we can't plan how things go, and yeah. By the way, I really love, I think that's meant to be hoodie. It looks so comfy. It is. It's a hoodie. It's one of my many hoodies. It is big and cozy and fluffy, and I know it kind of makes me look like a marshmallow and my head looks so tiny in this oversized thing, but I'm also so cold that I don't care. Is it the most flattering thing because my head is so tiny in it? And then it's just like, you know, no, not the most flattering. Don't care. Too cold. It's cozy. It's warm. Yeah. Yeah. No, you're all good, Michelle. That's quite alright. Again, we speak typo here. Typos happen. It's easy enough. My goodness, if you've ever seen a message from me, I know perfection quite often gets my really bad typo messages. I am notorious for bad typos. It is quite alright. Typos are no worries at all. They're just a part of life. I got my first buddy from Facebook group. It's for Rita Berman. Nice. Oh, thanks, Smalt. Yeah, no, never worry about typos here. Like, it happens. Typos are very common, and we all make them. And most of the time, we can work it out. I mean, my mum is dyslexic. I am very used to having to decode a message. And be like, oh, wait, this? So, I'm very used to typos. Don't get me started on your typos, right? My typos are notorious, and I have autocorrect on, and autocorrect not only does it like correct things to the wrong things, as Smoltz says, but also because I make the same consistent spelling mistakes because I'm always hitting the wrong key, because my fingers, my fingers swell. So I'm sitting here typing on a phone and I will consistently hit the wrong key because my fingers are swollen. But I've done it so much that my phone now registers that as my preferred spelling. So even if I spell things correctly, my phone will autocorrect to the incorrect spelling. And it's just like, no phone. So yeah, I send through some pretty shockingly atrociously spelt messages sometimes. And the random emojis, yeah. And then when I have my phone in my pocket and I start pocket messaging people too, because my phone, my very, very broken but still functioning phone, doesn't have the little power button on the side to turn the screen on and off. So I either use like the unlock thing, but the unlock thing's also kind of running out. It like doesn't always register, so I have to use a toothpick to press the little button inside there to turn my phone on and off, right? So that means that like my phone screen stays on until it naturally turns itself off. But because I can't just press a button to put it to sleep mode and then put it in my pocket. So it goes into my pocket like this, which means sometimes like, if I got a notification of a message, I'll accidentally bump it in my pocket, which will pick up that message, and then I start messaging people back through my pocket, or pocket ringing people. Yeah, I ring a lot of people. And it's like, yep, sorry. So yeah, if you ever accidentally get phone call messages from me. Yeah. I also accidentally pressed into a message, so. Okay. That sounds like the rain. Yeah. Ooh. I saw a thing that spell check and like Microsoft Word and stuff have learned all people's typos. The type of stuff have all learned from people's typos that the typos are correct. Yeah. Doesn't surprise me. Yeah. So yeah, basically typos are fine. We all make typos. It's quite alright. I do like doing buddies when I've got the spoons for buddies. I think I only have the one buddy this month. I think that's it. And it's just a group buddy. It was actually the page we did last stream, the Tolkien page. I don't think I have any. I've got some like pre-existing buddies. I don't think there's any new buddies this month. I'm trying to keep things pretty low-key this month because I just wanted to, like a new, especially last month after not colouring for a few weeks with being sick, I kind of wanted to make it easy on myself this month, and I'm very glad I did. have brought a little bit of purple into there, but just a subtle amount of purple. Where's the dark blue? You definitely need. Bring that up a bit. Because it's quite like cow dark blue. We'll then work back over it. Not that colour. Yeah, I keep forgetting to post it. Oh, don't worry, perfection. I've been forgetting to post it as well, and you know I'm like really bad at remembering to post stuff on Instagram anyway. It'll happen when it'll happen. Yeah. I think like it's understandable Double Asia feel that way, but also 99% of people I know who do buddies are just like fully understanding if things don't go to plan. And also like, you know, sometimes buddies need to be extended or things happen or you just need to, you're not feeling it. Like you plan something at the start of the month and then it gets to the end of the month and you haven't touched it and you're like, yeah, I just wasn't feeling it. It happens. It's not a disappointment. The main thing about buddies is that if you do feel in the zone for it, it kind of gets you working on pages that maybe you wouldn't have tackled, or like it just encourages you to do pages. But if it just works out that you don't feel it, it's quite alright as well. Like Lizbeth and I have a buddy in Friendly Little Squirrels in the Residents of Antique Town, and we started that in like February. And then we went into March, and then we're like, we're going to need longer, so we went to April. And then it became Mermaid, and we were in April, and neither of us had touched it. And we're just like, yeah, no, we're not feeling this. And I was like, I'm not going to work on it on May because of Mermaid. Elizabeth was like, yeah, that's fine, I'm not either. So we're just like, cool, just shove it to June. And like, I haven't even gotten to it yet. I don't know if I'll get to it. I know if Elizabeth has gotten to it. Like, and sometimes you're just not feeling them. And that's okay. Yeah. Yeah. Instagram has been giving me anxiety for some reason lately. I've been like seeing the notifications, open the app, see the inbox. Nope. Yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of notifications off, especially for any groups I'm in, which sounds bad, but it's that thing of getting too overwhelmed. And when I get too overwhelmed, I don't go to the app. That's why I don't go on Discord as much as I should be, or like any other social media apps, because yeah, gets too much. And then sometimes with some, especially again with some groups where they can get real chatty, if I'm just seeing all that and it's getting overwhelming, I'll just go in to clear the notifications and then, but not read it, which sounds bad, but also it's what I gotta do to allow myself to carry on. So I know that there's a few people who sometimes like that. Yeah, real life always comes first, and you know, sometimes in life things happen and you can't carry on with a buddy, and that's quite alright. You should never like feel like you have to do something, because also the moment that I'm like, oh, I have to colour this page, I don't feel like colouring that page, I don't want to colour that page, and I don't enjoy how the page turns out because I haven't wanted to work on it. And I found that out from when I was doing my, like, when I did my challenge to get all my whips done. And that was a challenge because there's a lot of pages. I was like, I don't really want to colour this one, but I coloured it to get it done for that list. But I would not do that again. There was part of me that did enjoy quite a few of them, but there were definitely a few I pushed myself on. And that's why I don't push myself to finish off whips at the moment, even though I'm trying to keep my whip list small. At the end of the day, if my whip list increases again, it's going to increase again, and I'm not worried about it. Yeah, exactly. There's one in Hannah Carlson that Pesh and I were going to do as a buddy, and it just didn't eventuate for me. Eventually one day I will colour the page, but I don't know when, and that's okay. And I have another variation now because of getting grains of gold. I'm pretty sure it's in that one too, isn't it? I have to check. Yeah. I have a do not disturb on my work phone for everyone except my executives. Yeah. Do not disturb is a great mode as well. And that's the thing, like, even 10 plus years ago, we did not have the connectivity that we have today, but going back even further than that, 15, 20 years, we really didn't have the connectivity that we have today. Like, it is not healthy to be connected 24/7, and it's part of the reason why, you know, when people pop in, they're like, oh, so sorry I wasn't here last stream. It's like, it's fine. It's good to be away doing other things. You shouldn't be here all the time. I appreciate you being here all the time, but also don't apologize for living a life and going out and doing things, and, you know, disconnect. My phone lives on silent all the time. I'd never put it on sound. And, you know, like, the rules are, if there's an emergency, you ring, and you keep ringing and ringing, and I will get it, because if I see I've missed 6 calls from you, I know it's an emergency. So that's when but yeah, just, otherwise I'll get to it when I get to it, because sometimes I need to look away from my phone. Sometimes I don't want to be in my phone. Honestly, sometimes I would actually remove my phone entirely, except for the fact, I do enjoy streaming and YouTube. But I also have to have a phone for work. So, otherwise I would probably look at getting rid of my phone if I didn't need a phone for work. Which sounds weird, but I would love to just be like a little forest hermit. I could be quite content being a little forest hermit. Yeah. It's not in grains of gold? Okay. I must have just imagined. Maybe I was thinking of another page. My phone was either noise, I'd stomp on it. Yeah. Night, Michelle. You have a good night. Thank you so much for being here. Hope you sleep well. Cover up the paint lines. Not the paint lines, but, you know, cover up the lines. That one's a little difficult because of the area around here. So when it comes time to do these trees, we're gonna have to basically pull out paint pens, because the blue behind it is pretty solid, but that's okay, because a lot of this is black with just a couple of highlights. I don't have a cell phone, and when I tell people, they're like, what, really? You don't have one? Why? Yeah, I imagine it would be quite mind-boggling to a lot of people. I think if I, like, again, if I enacted my Forest Witch plan of basically getting like a little camper van type situation, and being able to just live in a camper van, which would suit me down to a T, to be perfectly honest, and just be able to travel around and just go to the beach and park up in colour, and I would be fine. I would rock living in a camper van. It would suit me to a T. And for that, it's like, I would probably have a basic cell phone that you could call out on for emergencies. But I wouldn't necessarily have the most, you know, fancier phones. But to do that, I would probably also still have to be working and working remotely. Which means I would probably need not only a phone, but a laptop and a way to connect. Which takes away the whole Forest Witch vibes plan. I just want to run away to the forest with my colouring books and be nice and warm and toasty in a cabin. Just sit there and colour and survive. But unfortunately, there's this thing called life and we have to do things like pay bills. So it's not really a viable option. Maybe one day. You're making magic on the page. You can see how each layer is moving and changing the colouring effect. My little mind is blowing. Oh, thank you. Where would the library of books live in the van? You'd need more room for books and supplies. So, there are, like, if this was to happen, there are a couple of books I would definitely get rid of. Like, there's some books that are fun to colour, but they, like, I'm talking, like, there's a few books I have that are Hinkler, or like they're basically just clip art. They're not special colouring books, but they're fun kiddie colouring books. But now I've got enough cute and cozies I can kind of not have those. So those are ones that I could get rid of. There's a couple of them I could get rid of, but also there would probably be, like, I would be very hesitant to get rid of my D&D collection. So I'm imagining I would also have to have a storage unit, or a family member would let me use a garage or something. But yeah, there would probably be some that I would put in storage and then, you know, work on some and then swap them out. But admittedly, like, the books themselves could compress down pretty far. If you there are, depending on the unit, there are some books that would squish in, and like, I could see still taking quite a few books on the road. It might just be, you know, 100 instead of 300. Yeah. But yeah, I'd need a special car for my art supplies, right? It would be having a proper van or something. It wouldn't be just like a little sleeping in a car situation. I would struggle with that. Pencil butter, hello, hello. The longest time I only had a dumb phone. It made phone calls, texts, and I could play blackjack on it. That was it. Sometimes that's all you need. Nothing wrong with that. How are you going, PB? It's good to see you. We're colouring clouds. So many clouds. Yeah, so it depends. Like, I'm not talking like a little van. I would be like proper camper van type van if I was. You know, I wouldn't be able to survive in just like a tiny little van. I would need an actual van to house everything. Because I would also, like, I'd want to have like a little area for cooking, and I would want my own bathroom. I would want my own toilet, so I wouldn't want to have to use like public toilets or anything. So yeah, it would be like a little camper van, but I could live in a little camper van quite easily. Yeah. Full-on glamping situation, yeah. Want to get one of those tiny homes? Yeah. Yeah, and that's the other thing I was looking into, because, you know, I live with mum, and it would be nice to like have my own space. And we technically have the land here that if I had the funds, I could actually build like a little tiny home on it. And like, as long as you're smart about the storage solutions, you can actually get quite a bit in there as well. So I'd still have to declutter a lot of stuff, no doubt, but you know, we could do that. We could declutter a bit. I did do a big declutter when I moved anyway, and there's a lot more stuff I could declutter, to be perfectly honest. I saw the greatest van life video that I could see you doing. I want a school bus. I almost tiny housed it, but we found an old house trailer at a better budget. Yeah. Because the thing is too is that with my mobility, I can walk without my walking frame, especially if I've got things to lean on. So like a small camper van situation would actually really suit me in my mobility, because while I'm in the van, totally fine, because I can walk small distances without my walking frame, and then if I need to, or if I'm having a bad mobilization day, I lean on stuff. Totally fine. And then as long as there's an area to store the walking frame for big long walks, we're good. Yeah. Like an RV, not a converted Sprinter. Noise. Yeah, so the only thing with a bus, like an actual caravan, like an actual camper bus here, is that you have to have a bus license. Once it's over a certain length, you have to have a bus license. And most camping buses fit into that. So, yeah, that would be the part that would get me, because I don't want to get my bus license. Yeah. But yeah, a little like one of those ones where you still have like a little inbuilt shower, tiny toilet, and maybe like at the back the table converts into the double bed or something, you know. Doesn't have to be the biggest thing in the world, but that would be enough for me. And then yeah, just inbuilt a bunch of storage, make sure everything's sorted. Then we can bring in lots and lots of coloring supplies, and then I can just rock on down to the beach and go and live at the beach. I'm saving for a tiny home, and I'm turning it into a salon so I can start hairdressing again. That's fantastic, Cassie. Yeah, we did look into tiny homes, because where we are, this section, there's technically a lower section, so there's a whole area I could essentially put a house on. So it was something that I did look into, but it's a bit beyond the budget, especially with the cost of building these days. But yeah, it would be something, because just getting a little tiny house and plonking it on the lower section. But not only then do I have to get the whole thing done, it would have to be really well insulated, because that lower section gets like no sun, so it's freezing down there. But then on top of that, we also have to create a proper pathway, because the lower section is like, you climb over trees to get to the lower section. Like, it is so overgrown down there, and such a harsh pathway, so it's not a like easy job to get down there. I've always wanted to get my commercial license and actually do long haul trucking. I used to love watching their is that Ice Road Truckers? I know, it used to be on Saturday afternoon. It was such a like good blob out show for me. God, there was that one, and then it would go into a fishing show where they captured like ginormous fish around the world. And it was like about, like I remember one that was about like a type of catfish. It had tons and tons of teeth in the Amazon, and like an Amazon tribe actually took him to it to catch it. And he was very much a catch and release guy, but it hadn't been translated properly to the tribe, and they were really upset because they thought they were going to be able to catch and eat, and that would have fed the tribe for 2 days because of the size of the fish. But then he realized that the fish wasn't actually doing well anyway, and if they released it was likely he was just going to pass straight on, so they just took the fish and let the tribe eat. I can't remember what that show was called. It's like, I want to say it's like, it was like Monsters of the Deep or something. I know, it was a fishing show. I used to like that one a lot too. Back when I used to watch a lot of blob out TV because I just didn't want to think. Yeah, don't worry, Double A. I don't think I'll ever afford a house either. Especially not working full time. So, it's okay. It's what it is. You know what show I mean? Yeah. I can't remember the name of it, but I still love watching that show too. It's why I've always wanted to, like, one of the things I've always wanted to do is actually learn how to fish. I've never been fishing before, and I'm aware that it's not, you know, like television shows, you know, like, it's going to take hours, but I think there's something fantastic in, like, pulling up a chair, casting out the line, and then just sitting there with a colouring book, and then once the line twitches, ruling in a fish and catching your own food. Like, there's something in that I think is quite lovely, and that's always something that I've wanted to learn as well, but I just don't know anyone that fishes. I think that was an episode from River Monsters. Yeah, that sounds like it's small. I was sure it had monsters in the name, so River Monsters sounds like it is the correct title. Yeah. Yeah, that guy was a fisherman who went around the world. It was fun to watch. Yeah. No, that one was the show that I used to watch a lot too. One of my many blob out shows. Jeremy Wade? I can't remember his name, but if that is what the host says, the wiki says. River Monsters sounds like the correct title. Oh, let me just... See, in Smalt we trust. It was River Monsters. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's the dude. No, he's got a new series, Unknown Waters. Okay, we started that in 2021. Yeah, there is River Monsters and Monster Fish. 2 shows with similar concept. Yeah, I know he, like, caught all the animals, all the fish on his list. So that's kind of why it stopped. But yeah, it went for a while. Oh, look, it might be actually on free-to-air TV. No, it's not. Where's the shop? But yeah, it went on for quite a few series, and it was just, yeah. But I know he, like, caught everything he wanted to catch. And he was like, cool, I'm done. Because again, he was very much like catch and release as well. He wasn't catching it just to catch and then like not do anything with. It was catch and release, and it was about educating about the fish and stuff like that. So, yeah. I do remember there was also an episode where like they about the piranha fish. And they, like, lowered in a piece of fresh meat, and then they just picked it back up, and it was all these, like, little piranhas on it, nibbling away. It was so funny. I watched a lot of Animal Planet in my youth. We didn't have Animal Planet, but that one was on free-to-air TV here, so that's how I used to watch it every Saturday. Yeah, it's like, I can see, I thought about getting a Disney subscription, because Disney here also gives you Animal Planet and National, I think it's National Geographic or Animal Planet, or I don't know, it gives you a bunch of nature documentaries, and I thought about doing it because I love, like, there's something so peaceful in those nature documentaries to put on and just watch. Yeah, Disney is bundled with Hulu. Yeah, there's a couple of things you get with Disney here. But Disney is also very expensive, so... So if I did it, it wouldn't be for long. I got Max HBO because I wanted to watch Ghost Adventure. Oh, okay. When Murderbot comes out, I'll be getting Disney to binge it. It's one of my favourite book series of all time. Oh, okay. Yeah. I have a TV but never gets watched. I watch everything on my PC or iPad. Yeah. Okie dokie, smoky artichoke. I do a tired March Z's very yawn. Oh, good winter. Thank you so much for popping in here. I'm glad to hear that the job is going so well and that things are going good for you. It's always lovely when you can pop in, and I know life is very busy for you right now, so you take care. Make sure you get that good self-care in, and we'll hopefully catch you again another time. Time to make the moon glow. it carefully. What is a Ko-fi? Yeah. It's... Ko-fi is kind of like Patreon. It is a good way to describe it. For me, the reason that I have Ko-fi is it gives me a place that I can put up files that people can download. So I've got a couple of files up there for free that people can download. Like the sheet that I use to track my colours when I colour in a page and stuff like that. Because of that too, there's technically a donation link there, which please don't feel obligated in any way, shape or form to feel like you need to donate. It is just there as an option. Yeah. But it's in no shape necessary at all. It's just an option. Whoa, that exploded. It might be a bit too much white. Blend it out, blend it out, blend it out. Okay, we can work back over it with pencils. Oh, okay, I just rubbed that way too hard and actually lifted some of the paper as well. Cool, now we're getting into dangerous territory. Now we're going to play a little bit of creative cleanup. Fun! Yeah, it's so for example, Morgan O'Brien has a Ko-fi, and you can buy Matchstick Mouse colouring books there, and he'll set the price at like £4 or something, so you can buy Matchstick Mouse colouring books digitally, but then he can also put up freebies up on there, so you can go to his Ko-fi and you can download entire colouring books for free. So it's a place where you can upload content for people to download or files for people to download, but you can also use it as a bit of a donation platform. Yeah. But yeah, it's the you got Amy Sheehan. Oh, yay! I'm glad you like it. Yeah, you don't have to. It's set up. Basically, it was a place for me to drop stuff for free so people could download. I think I've got like 2 files up on there. One is a puzzle pattern that I use for the collage project, and then the colouring tracker sheet. And if I make anything else, it gives me a place to dump it so that people can download it for free. I would put my spreadsheet up on there, but I set it up to be a Google Drive thing because I wanted that Google Drive element. So, yeah, it's there just for that reason. So... Yeah, he does have some books for free because they are Animal Crossing or Baby Yoda inspired. So those ones he can't sell for copyright reasons. He also has digital copies of Matchstick Mouse that you can buy for I believe it's £4. There is also a free Matchstick Mouse colouring book that he did. I want to say it's the 25 Days of Kindness. There's one of them that he put up for free. You can buy like the Any Day ones. He also has a bunch of free individual pages that you can download from his Ko-fi as well. So, yeah, he's got a lot of stuff on his Ko-fi. So it's actually one of the things that when I discover people colouring in live streams and they are... like they're colouring the cute and cozy books and they talk about wanting to expand out and try new illustrators, then I will quite often link Morgan O'Brien, because he's got a style that is really approachable for a lot of new colorists, but also, well, not just like cute and cozy colorists, like anyone who's new to coloring that wants to get into it. I will often link Morgan O'Brien because it is approachable, but also he's got so much that you can get for free, so it's a great way to try out coloring, and then when they get into it, they can look at purchasing and stuff like that. Yeah, so he did have them listed on there, but because of copyright, he can't. Which is why now they're for free on his Ko-fi. Your cat is being troublesome today, PB. Cat things. Shadow was being a little troublesome earlier. Your go-to gateway page is pretty much Schmaltz. Yeah, Matchstick Mouse can be a little bit more than cozy colouring, but it's a good next step, I find. But also the fact that it's free just makes it a little bit more approachable for people to like try all these things out. And again, if you are someone who only likes to do cozy colouring and then you try it and you're like, nah, don't like it, it's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with just doing cozy colouring or just doing this or only colouring this illustrator or only colouring this way. Like, whatever way you colour is the correct way because that's how you want to colour. So, you know, you can't colour wrong. Could have used my time today to colour some, but I wanted to stay buried under the covers today. That's so valid. Some days are a day for being under the covers. It almost feels like that. It actually feels very much like nap time for me anyway. But I'm very close to having the sky to a place where I'm quite happy to like stop. We may have to come back and work on it later on as we do different elements, but getting to the point where I think I'll be happy to stop with the sky for a while. So like, it's not 100% accurate, but I'm happy with where it's at. I'm happy with all the tones we've got in there. We've got in a bit of cloud texture. We've gotten rid of all the black lines. That very much threw me for a loop because they don't look right. Yeah, it's still not 100%, but I think we're getting there. I need to say goodnight and totally love how this page is developing. Thank you so much, Yana. And you have a wonderful night. Yeah, this is the type of thing where you could pick it forever and ever and ever as well. Like, you can just keep picking at this guy. So at some point you just have to be willing to call it. But I think I'm okay with calling it for now. Again, we'll probably work back into this more as we work on the page. But I think we're at a point where I can call this guy sort of like done for now. Like, perfect, but I think it'll do the job. Yeah, no, I think I'm happy with that. We've got that purpley pink, we've got a few greys. We probably need to work a bit more grey in. It's probably the only thing, but also I'm comparing this to a fully rendered piece, and this has got a lot of white around it, and that white will also be throwing the colour balance off. So I don't want to get too pedantic and go, yep, it needs more of this, when part of it could just simply be all the white around, and then we colour in more of this, and we're like, actually this is too grey. So we'll leave it for now, again with the idea that we can work back over it later if we need to work more greys and stuff into it. So it's a good starting point. And yes, we did just spend the entire stream, all 5 hours, just working on a night sky, but that's how it goes sometimes. So that's where we will leave it for today. Because I think that's a good point to stop. I need to go to the bathroom, and I just want to go and lie down for a bit. And to lie down, I also have to put away all my washing, so should go and do that. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. We should be back on Tuesday to hopefully carry on with a bit more of this. If I'm not feeling up to this, we'll work on some simple stuff, or we'll see how we go. You know how it is, we do what we do. But we'll see how we feel on Tuesday. And then yeah, so it's not 17th this Tuesday, right? No, that's the week after. Yeah, so this Tuesday will be all good. And then yeah, Friday, Sunday like normal. Following Tuesday, no stream. There's going to be a bit funky at the end of the month in terms of streams, so just keep an eye out, roll with it as is, keep an eye out on socials. I'll try to get better at scheduling streams as well, but I've also been not scheduling because I just don't know for certain until I wake up how I've been feeling, just with being ill. So yeah, just keep an eye on socials, and we'll try to keep going live. But I appreciate you all being here. Stay warm or stay cool depending on your area. Make sure you look after yourself. You all know the deal. Hydrate, stretch, meds, foods, all that good stuff. And yeah, take care of yourself, all the araha, and I'll see you in the next stream. Bye.